fire, ignite the scroll. From pyramids to pavement, they feel the soul. Elder apostles dropping jewels, rare and colossal. The HOK, we get hostile over gospel. Religion in your ears, science in your nostril. House of consciousness, ain't no room for the docile. Toughest debate forum, earth can't deny. Iron sharpens iron till the sparks start to fly. Get your skin thick or your career colder. Side letter says source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Michael Guillotine slice the lies from the clean crowd, electrified, charged like a light machine. Hieroglyphs in my veins, ancestors in my spleen. Building blocks of truth, DNA of a king. The HOK ain't for the timid or the frail. Weigh your knowledge on the scale, or get derailed. Sharpen swords in the forum, minds prevail. Or drown in the current when the truth sets sail. Side letter says source up. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Side letter says source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Side letter says source up. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Side letter says source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Iron tongue, every word a blade. Cut through illusions, truth displayed. No retreat, no surrender, we crusade. House of consciousness where legends are made. Side letter says source up. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Side letter says source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough.
Frankie and the trendsetter.
You did it again, man.
General, HOK Field Marshal, you know? None of them can but a dance on the top.
Revelation, set the top.
I violate the general. End up in a blood clot funeral home. Anchor the AK Jabari got the chrome. Heckribus the how we sending them home. Regina the alley with a Cuban and a galley. Send you back on Nile Valley with a shot in your toe intellectually. How click the link if your scholarship sloppy. Or if you smell make you cry with the truth. No lie, my youth in my really scored on 21 gun salute for commission. Not a brother, a hustle, a move like I left out the black woman not all like Tulsa and the Yana past sister freedom. I don't hold panel, no one time for Bible thumping. The minute them see me come, reviation set. Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother dance on it. None of them can mother dance on it. Them got a podcast but saw better.
Yeah. Coast to coast, we be banging. Bringing all this knowledge, we be slanging. In the HOK, we don't do no entertaining.
Speaking true, speaking facts.
What the niggas just a layman. Better get on one accord. The future can be yours. Ancestors push you more. We gotta go explore the sciences and math. The future's based on class. You bout to catch my wrath. We turning up this track.
In the dark spots of the light.
The dark heart still fight. We gotta make this right. Talk right now. We learn how to stand up and stand proud. No man down. We fam now. House of the conscious, my clan now.
Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother dance on it. None of them can mother dance on it. Them got a podcast but saw better.
When I look at you niggas, I see what I'm not. Go take him, a little bit of her, mix it with them, I put them in a pot. You still can't get none like me. It might sound the same, but it's unlikely. One white tee. If I lift it up, you niggas gonna see where the gun might be. I thought I told ya. Affirmation, revelation, we some soldiers. Signetter put this team together, now it's over. We got the weight of the world up on my shoulder. When you get conscious information, hearts turn colder. Now look at these trappers who rapping the same, so stuck in their lane, systemically, chemically. I'm thinking something is wrong with their brain. As long as they paid and for in the chain, I got nothing to say. They in love with the gang. I traded my gang for change, and now that I changed, a few things still say the same.
Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother dance on it. None of them can mother dance on it. Them got a podcast but saw better.
Peace,
Assalamu alaikum. Hotep, namaste, jumbo, shalom, shalom, all the greetings of love and light to the HOK family, to the darkest minds of the light. Hit the like button. Thank you so much. Off rip, Jersey State bullies coming in right off the top. That's what we love. Supporting HOK with a $20 super chat. That's the tone that we want set for the whole show. Thank you so much. And he says, support HOK. We're on all the channels right now. Sonetter Studios getting some activity over there. We're on House of Consciousness. Oh, dang. What? How did I forget to put the Coliseum? Today is not a good day for me, Cedric. It is a good day. Every day is a good day. Peace to Cedric of the Pseudo Killers. We have, you know, I affectionately call you the professor. We have the one and only Cedric of Pseudo Killers in here. He's going to set the record straight because we've been having a conversation over here on the House of Consciousness, HOK Coliseum specifically, about Leviathan and dragons. And surprisingly, a lot of people came in and they're like, yeah, dragons are real. Dragons could be real. And so, you know, we understand that there's no scientific evidence. Cedric is going to show us that through science. However, it is very intriguing. So, without further ado, y'all get your pens, your notepads, your laptops, your Chromebooks. Start taking some notes because he's coming in with some hardcore scientific evidence about, are dragons real, Cedric? Are they? Are they real?
No, they are just as real as mermaids, as leprechauns. It's part of human imagination. But we can understand why and how these things come into being. And I'll try to highlight that a little bit during this presentation. But no, dragons are mythological. They are by no stretch of the imagination, factual or real.
Okay, so I told Cedric this, and I'm letting everybody know. I was putting together a little snippet, like 10-minute video of I guess you could say it was a fantasy piece by Animal Planet done, like, I think it was like 18 years ago. It was a while
Yeah,
ago.
yeah, they did that. They also did it with mermaids, because I remember it caught my dad. My dad, like, yo, is a mermaid real? It's got something on the History Channel or
Animal
the
Planet.
Animal Planet. So I went and watched it with him, and they sneak it in there in the opening. This is just for entertainment purposes only.
Right. It is great. It's a great piece. So I had to edit it up just for copyright issues. And for some reason, of course, it's still going. Not for some reason. It's just taking a while, but I'm going to upload it later. I didn't want to, it's getting later and later. But we have, Cedric, we have a lot of night owls. We have a lot of truckers that listen in. So, you
Yeah,
know, I appreciate you coming in to do this. All right. So whenever you're ready, and Silent K, I will check on that. Okay. Don't worry. We're just going to focus on this. Everything's cool. In your defense, actually, to give you some kudos, Silent K. Silent K is the one who came in. He doesn't even believe in the Bible. He came in and challenged Jehovah Holy Ghost. He brought up Leviathan, and that's what sparked this whole conversation. So it's great. So let me know when you're ready to screen share, and I
yeah.
can just let you get in here teach.
Let's get that going.
And by the way, Cedric, you are always for the smoke. So I'm dropping the link. If anybody after, once he gets his presentation up here, Bible believers, people who believe that the dragons are real, please hit the panel and speak to him. Okay.
So when you're ready, you could share the screen.
Nice. Yeah.
Let me know if
You're ready. It's up there. That's nice. Okay. So
Yes,
I'm going to mute out.
Dinosaurs, discovery, classification, and the scientific understanding. How we know what we know. Purpose of this presentation: introduce what dinosaurs are, explain how scientists study them, and show why dinosaurs matter to science today. What are dinosaurs? Dinosaurs are a scientifically defined group called Dinosauria. They are a branch of Archosaurus, related to crocodiles and birds. first appeared about 230 million years ago, dominated terrestrial ecosystem during the Mesozoic era. Dinosaurs are not a vague term for ancient reptiles, but a specific evolutionary lineage defined by anatomy. So here we can see the two main branches of Dinosauria, which is the Ornithoceras and the Pseudocera. And these Pseudoceras, they branch off into these dominant groups, which we are familiar with, the Bronchiosaurus, and later on the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Velociraptor, which eventually give rise to avian dinosaurs. Early discoveries and misinterpretation. Now, this is the part where we are most interested in. Before modern science, fossilized dinosaur bones had been found for centuries, but people didn't recognize them as a distinct group. Mind you, prehistoric time or prehistory times or in historic time prior to the scientific method, these discoveries were made. Large fossil bones were found across Europe, Asia, and Africa, with no concept of extinction or deep geological time. What we got as a result is fossils were interpreted as dragons, giants, or mythical beasts. Biblical folkloric explanations were applied. The confusion was cultural, not deceptive. People explained fossils using the knowledge they had. Naming the dinosaurs. In 1884, British anatomist Sir Richard Owen coined the term dinosauria, meaning dinos, a fearfully great or awe-inspiring. Saurus is lizard. Why the name matters. Recognize the dinosaurs as a distinct group of extinct animals. So now we're starting to put them into our classifications and understanding. Wait a minute, these are a distinct group of extinct species. You see the time frame, 1842. That this helped establish paleontology as a formal scientific field. Let's continue. Dragons versus dinosaurs. Dragons, mythological and symbolic creatures. Mythological and symbolic creatures, meaning they have no basis in reality. The symbolism is what they represent to us. All right? Oh, sorry about that. Composite anatomy, reptiles plus wings plus supernatural traits. Dinosaurs, biological organisms reconstructed from physical evidence. And the word reconstructed does not mean that it is a guess or we just making it up. We'll see later on how these reconstructions are done. Lived millions of years before humans. So now the key distinction between the two, dragons belong to mythology, dinosaurs belong to natural history and science. This is a fundamental distinction. The moment we are talking about actual biology, actual history, the term dragons is never applied. We are talking about dinosaurs. Let's continue. Dragons, mythological creatures, explain the origins, human imagination, our imagination as human beings, our ability to give symbolic thought has produced the greatest works in literature, in art, in poetry, in music, but it is our imagination. Dragons appear in many cultures, European, Chinese, Mesoamerica, etc., Africans, they're everywhere. Often embodied fears, natural disasters, or unknown dangers, fire, floods, predators. Early humans personified nature's dangers into fantastical beasts. We see these motifs coming over and over again. Fossil misinterpretation. Large bones and fossils of dinosaurs or prehistoric mammals may have inspired dragon legends. Before modern paleontology, these remains were attributed to mythical creatures. Symbolism over reality. We understand that humans are, in essence, very spooked out. So we can understand how finding these bones where we don't have that understanding would lead us to attribute them to these mythological creatures which we have from olden days or from prior history in our lexicon. Symbolism over reality. Dragons often symbolize power, chaos, or wisdom rather than real animals. European dragons were destructive, hoarding treasures, embodying fear of chaos. Asian dragons were benevolent, weather controlling, embodying natural forces and authority. Let's continue. No empirical evidence. Despite global myths, no biological evidence, bones, DNA, preserved remains exist. Scientific studies of reptiles, birds, and mammals find no lineage supporting dragons as real creatures. Scientific studies of reptiles, birds, and mammals find no lineage supporting dragons as real creatures. Evolution of the myth. Stories adapted to fit cultural narratives. Knights versus dragons in Europe. Water and celestial dragons in Asia. I remember last year, I think it was a dragon movie from Asia that came out. I loved it. Can't remember the name right now, but it was all about the water dragons and telling these stories. Benevolent,
It was
creative.
called Pacific Rim.
No, that's a sci-fi movie. This one is an animated movie. I'll see if I remember the
Oh,
name during the course. Beautiful. I mean, I have an 8-year-old daughter, so sitting and watching those type of anime with her is absolutely beautiful. And it has also song, and so it's a musical as well in the range or in the realm of a Moana type um,
mm.
movie. Fantasy literature and modern media cement dragons as legendary creatures. So, conclusion: dragons are mythical constructs combining human imagination, misinterpreted fossils, and cultural symbolism. They reflect human attempts to explain, personify, and dramatize the unknown, not a real species that ever existed. And we see this narrative and motif coming back over and over. Throughout time, humans have attempted to explain the natural world around them using the tools that they have. And in this case, mythical creatures. Dinosaurs, deep dinosaur time and deep history. Dinosaurs lived between 230 and 66 million years ago. Humans, by contrast, only exist on average about 190,000 years ago, and our species about 300,000 years ago. See the difference. This introduces the idea of deep time. Earth is vastly older than human history. Geological processes occur over millions of years. The key impact here: change humanity's understanding of Earth's age and history. Gotta understand, we're talking about the 1800s. People still very much have a biblical reference and a biblical understanding of the world. Evolution isn't common knowledge at this point. People are starting to understand and make these discoveries. At this point in history, people still fundamentally thought that the earth was about 6,000 years old, especially amongst the general public. How we know when dinosaurs lived? Scientists use multiple independent methods. Stratigraphy, old rock layers lie below younger ones. Radiometric dating, radioactive decay in volcanic rocks provides absolute ages. And here we're talking about radiometric dating. First, we see people often run to carbon dating, and we cannot use carbon dating because we're talking about fossils. So we have to use other forms of measuring the decay in rocks, right? Then we use isotopes and other forms, and not necessarily carbon decay. Cross-checking methods ensures reliability. Dinosaurs' age are measured using physical and geological, using physics and geology. It is not by no means guesswork. Dinosaur classification overview. Now, just in the background, you can see the vast amount of speciation that took place over those 100 and something million years that the dinosaurs existed, primarily from the two main branches, as explained in the opening slide. Dinosaurs are classified using cladistics based on shared evolutionary traits, focuses on ancestry, not appearance. These creatures are stable evolutionary. This creates a stable evolutionary framework. Relationships are well established, details refined as new fossils are discovered. And so, one of the slides you're going to see, we talk about how many do we have or how many we are aware of. And here we go. How many dinosaur species are there? This is where uncertainty comes in. And that uncertainty is based in the fact that we continue to find fossils, that science is a never-ending process. We will never say we have a complete record because we will continue to look. The moment we speak in absolutes with science, that means the process is stopped. That means paleontology is over. That will never happen. What we know, about 1,000 to 1,300 non-avian dinosaur species have been formally described so far. This represents only a fraction of the species that actually existed. Scientific estimates. Paleontologists estimate that several thousands to over 10,000 dinosaur species likely lived during the Mesozoic. Fossilization is rare, biased, and incomplete. Soft-bodied animals are lost. You hear talk about the Cambrian explosion, and what is the significance of the Cambrian explosion? Is when the first bone structures skeletal structures started to come into place, and that is where we see an explosion of fossils, and it makes sense because those animals started to represent skeletal remains, giving us something to fossilize. Soft body animals are lost. Small species are underrepresented. Entire ecosystems leave no fossil trace. So the fossil record is a sample, not a census. Like you saw in the opening slides, we have two major branches, dinosaur branches. All dinosaurs fall into two major groups based on hip structure. The Sauroceas, the lizard hip, and the Ornithoceas, the bird hip. See that word, bird hip? Remember that. Important note, hip structure does not indicate diet. So you can have similar hip structures. For example, I'm going to take modern birds. Look at the beak structure of parrots and look at the beak structure of eagles, raptors. They have the
Right.
same beak structure. However, raptors are carnivores and parrots are herbivores. So structure doesn't indicate diet. Bird hip dinosaurs are not the ancestors of birds. Go figure. Sauroceas. See the long neck dinosaurs, the Bronchiosaurus, and the mostly herbivore dinosaurs. Includes two major groups. The theropods, mostly carnivorous, bipedal, including Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor. Birds evolved from this group, primarily from the velociraptors, we're going to see in a bit. And the sauropodomorphs, large herbivores, long necks and tails, including the Arthosaurus and the Bronchiosaurus. Ornithischia, you see the horns and the beak dinosaurs. All ornithischian dinosaurs are herbivores. Key traits: beak for plant eating, armor, horn, crest, or plates. This animal reminds us of one of animals that exists in our modern lexicon, the rhinos. Example: Triceratops, horned dinosaur. The Stegosaurus, plated dinosaurs. And the Ankylosaurus, armored dinosaurs. As indicated, birds are living dinosaurs. So no, not all dinosaurs went extinct. Birds are avian dinosaurs. They evolved from small theropod dinosaurs. Share feathers, hollow bones, wishbone, and nesting behavior. Everyday example: chickens, pigeons, hawks, and ostriches, and the wide variety of all the birds you see in the slide here. You have owls, you have the toucan. The toucan is quite interesting because its tongue is very unique and its diet is very precise. However, yes, these all come from dinosaurs or are indeed evolved dinosaurs to this day. What went extinct and why? At the end of the Cretaceous extinction 66 million years ago, eliminated all non-avian dinosaurs. Strong evidence for a large meteorite impact there in the Yucatan area. Massive climate disruption followed. How do we know this? They do this by measuring the isotopes, especially in large or deep ice sheets. So they take a tool and they take a core sample of ice, and this is one of the ways in which they measure what the isotopes were in the atmosphere at any given time. And this is how we know that there was a massive impact in the climate disruption. Avian dinosaurs survived due to their small size, feathers, and flight, and ecological flexibility. So now we're going to explore and examine some of the disciplines involved in providing us with the information and understanding that we have today. Like I said, it is multidiscipline and never from one aspect. Paleontology is at the root of the dinosaur study. As we see in 1842, it launched the naming and the classification of dinosaurs, launched this field of study. Paleontology is the study of ancient life through fossils. Contributions: identifying dinosaur species, reconstructs anatomy and growth, studies behaviors using nests, eggs, and footprints. This field provides the direct evidence for dinosaurs. Geology and deep time. Geology provides context for fossils. Contribution: determining the rock ages, reconstruct the ancient environment, explains fossil preservations. Without geology, fossils would have no timeline or environmental meaning. They would just be fossils. Evolutionary biology and comparative anatomy. Evolutionary biology explains dinosaur diversity, why we have this diversity, natural selection, ecological niches, diets, fitness for environment. It all comes back again. Adaptation to different environments. Comparative anatomy compares dinosaur bones to living animals. There's often the issue with reconstruction. How can you reconstruct body plans? We understand body plans, and when you have people who specialize in understanding body plans, they can look at these bones, understand how they would work within the biomechanics, and they can understand and reconstruct how this particular animal might have moved using the evolutionary tree and understanding how the similar animals function today. Helps infer movement, posture, and behavior. This is key to understanding the dinosaur-bird connection. Taphonomy and bias in the fossil record. Taphonomy studies what's happened after death. This is a study that explains us the decaying process of and including the fossilization. It explains how fossils are formed, why some organisms fossilize and others do not. The key idea here is that the fossil record is incomplete and biased, but still reliable when understood correctly. So we work within the limitations that we have. Certain information or certain species that we should find but do not find, or would be intermediate, based on our understanding of taphonomy, we can determine the morphology, the taxonomy of a specific animal, or know why there's a particular gap in the record. Biomechanics, physics, and technology. Scientists test ideas using physics. Example, how fast dinosaurs could move, how much weight bones could support. Modern tools, CT scans, 3D modeling, computer simulations. This prevents speculation and reinforces evidence-based conclusions. Paleoecology and ancient ecosystems. A lot of our discussions, we think that the atmosphere that we are in today was equally so in early Earth. The early Earth's atmosphere was very hostile, and most of what we have here today could not have existed in that environment. Earth's atmosphere and system was very unstable, and it's over the course of billions of years that you get the stability that we enjoy today. And even within our modern geological record, we still have evidence of periods of glacial change, ice caps forming and melting again due to environmental changes. So this is a study of paleoecology and ancient ecosystem. Paleoecology studies ancient ecosystems. Contributions: reconstructs food webs, explain predator-prey relationship, shows how climate and geography shaped dinosaur life. Dinosaurs are studied as part of ecosystems, not in isolation. So how do they function within a particular ecosystem? What type of ecosystem must have existed, or what was necessary to maintain a Bronchiosaurus, for example, these large herbivores that accumulate tons and tons of vegetation per day? What was the oxygen level in the atmosphere? What was the rate of growth, etc.? And we can see that through studying paleoecology and ancient ecosystems. Let's continue. We're almost there. Why dinosaurs matters. Dinosaurs transform science by providing evidence for evolution, demonstrating deep geological time. Mind you, you're going from a consensus in the world, common knowledge, that the earth is relatively young. And you're now entering an age where we are understanding and beginning to grasp deep geological time. We are going from 6,000 years to understanding billions of years of our planet's evolution, showing that ecosystem change and species go extinct. Dinosaurs replaced myth with evidence and helped build modern scientific understanding. That is the end of the presentation.
That
Short,
was great.
sweet,
Yeah.
to the point.
Yes, it was. I really enjoyed it. And now, as I said to everyone, you can come in and ask some questions. I'm going to ask some questions of Cedric if while we wait to see if anybody wants to enter. But you can come and ask questions, or you can challenge his information. You'll be challenging some scientific information. Really, speaking of challenging it, Cedric, the thing is that people since the beginning of civilization, all civilizations have entertained the mythical or mythological creature, dinosaur. I mean, not dinosaur. Excuse me, dragon. And so, I like that you did the presentation on dinosaurs because that's what you would go to if I want to prove dragons are real, right? The first thing I'm going to do is try to say, well, look at Quetzalcoatl, or right, look at the pterodon,
Exactly.
not Quetzalcoatl. Oh my God, I'm so tired. Sorry. Look at
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
look at look at the Tyrannosaurus, not Tyrannosaurus. Oh my gosh, what's
Pterodactyl,
wrong with me?
pterodactyl,
Pterodactyl. Ah,
pterodactyl.
I am sleepy, y'all. Pterodactyl or a pteranodon. And so, right, we would go to those flying creatures and say, well, they were dinosaurs technically.
Yep, they were dinosaurs.
I said
Yeah.
Quetzalcoatl, which is actually the mythical god of the Aztec people. So if so, let me give you, play devil's advocate here. So what about that? Like that creature, could people say, well, look, maybe that creature survived? Because we hear about the myth of the thunderbird in Papua New Guinea. Could creatures, like let's say during the KT event in Cretaceous period, could anything survive? I mean, everything wasn't destroyed, right?
No, not everything was destroyed, and you must understand that these animals fitted within a particular ecological niche, right? It was the Earth's atmosphere at this particular time. We have evidence of a massive meteor strike, which pretty much blanked out all sunlight, killing all vegetation, and of course, some of the dinosaurs were cold-blooded, and therefore they would have automatically died out. A lot died on initial impact, and it was underground burrowing animals, right, which predominantly survived. And the smaller avian dinosaurs, their ability to adapt, their flexibility, is what gave rise to mammals. So based on climate changes, these animals simply went extinct because they were no longer fit or able to survive in the current environment. As for paleo, or what there's a branch of that looks for mythical or extinct creatures, and there have been animals found that have been thought to be extinct, but these are all animals that exist within or after that great extinction, which happened around 66 million years ago. So to answer your question, no, they would not be able to survive or have a place in our modern ecology, right? That's the reason why they went extinct.
So there are some animals that were also aquatic, right? They survived, correct?
Yeah, a lot of the we see like mastodons, just changes in ecology or environment overall also caused shifts in marine creatures. However, for example, sharks, some went extinct due to size, lack of prey. However, their body plan remained pretty much the same. We see that also with the crocodiles. Their body plan, we have variation in species based on ecological niches, but their body plan pretty much stayed the same thing. And these animals are over 200 million years. So there are animals that survived the great extinction, but in terms of land, reptiles, reptilian sort animals, no.
So the closest thing we would have to a dinosaur, which we know is crocodiles and birds, right?
Yeah,
Reptiles.
crocodiles are still, they go back to the Andonosaurus, which are the parent group from which dinosaurs evolved.
So how do we relate? I know your presentation is great. I just want to, kind of elaborate, or have you elaborate and expound on this. How do you relate something that was not flying? It's not aerial, which it would be a dinosaur. Besides the pterodactyl, like how do we relate a crocodile to a bird? Like what would be the evolutionary process? How did they start flying, basically?
Well, the
I'm
birds.
saying dinosaurs. Like if
Oh,
we go from
dinosaurs.
let's
Okay,
use a velociraptor, which is
so
closest to the
um,
bird. How
so
did it
um,
start flying
So
in
we
evolution?
we have evidence that that the avian dinosaurs always had feathers, right? As part of the evolutionary process, hollow
Hmm.
bones, hollow bones. So it is known that even in that period, right, in the avian dinosaur period, that they were avian. That means they were flighted. They were
Hmm.
feathered and they were flighted. So they did not go extinct. They simply evolved into the variety of birds that we have today. And if you look at the avian evolution, there are distinct lines that do not cross. So they're all birds, but they're distinct species with their own evolutionary process, indicating the variety of avian dinosaurs that they came from. So these early avian dinosaurs is now assumed or noted that they were flighted at that point in time as well. And then you have, of course, the non-flighted birds like the emus and the ostriches, etc.
Ostrich. Yeah. Hmm. So okay. Um, so we know that basically, like I said, a velociraptor that had feathers, but it wasn't. It was still classified as avian type of
Yes.
or
So
creature.
yeah.
Okay.
So the Velociraptor is the lineage that gave rise to the avian dinosaurs, and these avian dinosaurs had indeed feathers.
Okay. Thank you.
And, and then,
Um.
of course, you had the flighted birds and the non-flighted birds.
Right. Let's get me. Thank you. Okay. Let's get Meter in here. Meter, what would you like? First, let me ask you: are dragons real? Before you get started, or you agree that they're just pure myth?
Well, from my understanding, with this presentation, the serpent, but what do we consider a dragon? A flying dragon or a dragon that's just on the ground? Like, because you got a Komodo dragon of these days. It all depends. And then, like, if we go into mythical, um, some spiritualities reference the dragon as the spine. So I'm just here to hear the brother out. It's very interesting with what
I
he's
mean, what do
bringing up.
you? Don't be
So,
ambiguous. You're in
so
the Coliseum. Are you saying you're against it, or you think that it's possible that dragons exist?
Well, I'll say they exist. They, so before, like in biblical texts, before we even knew the word dinosaur, they spoke of dragons.
Okay. You have some proof?
Well, like I said, I was checking it out. I was looking up, just doing a quick search of certain biblical texts. They went through how
So
the dragon was referenced as the pharaoh, people of power, even serpent like creatures that was from the sea and of the air.
so you made reference to animals in our modern context that have dragon in the name, and as a avid fan of the reptile world, I can mention the Komodo dragon off my head, the bearded dragon, the field dragon, the flying dragon, the mountain dragon. That those off my head. Um, if I go and look up quickly, oh yeah, you have the dragonfly. We know the dragonfly, and of course you have the dragon snake, right? The dragon moray. That's a type of moray eel. Now this is all tongue in cheek, and science does this all the time. You have mitochondrial Eve, right? And you have Y chromosome Adam. It uses colloquial terms, right? And they apply them to actual animals. So no one would assume that because there's an animal, a large lizard, right? The largest lizard in Indonesia, and then you have the monitor lizards and the different variety of monitor lizards. Um, no one would assume that we are talking about the equivalent to a mythological dragon, right? And based on your culture, when we're talking about dragons, you would see how the mythological dragon is used. In biblical references, it is mostly within the European framework, fire breathing, destruction, disaster, whereas Asian dragons are usually controlling the air, the water, like I was referring to an anime that just came out highlighting Asian dragon mythology. That doesn't ground it in reality. The moment we speak about it as mythology, then you know that we are conceptualizing and using human imagination, right? And we do that with a lot of creatures. We have mermaids. Anybody say mermaid, we understand what we're talking about. That is biologically not possible. Uh, Other mythological creatures, centaurians, human body with horse with a horse, a human top with a horse body. I mean, we understand how humans create these hybrids, but doesn't make them real.
Meter, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
The,
Like
I
I
mean, the conversation is not an unpopular conversation. People have the
Mhm.
conversation all the time. Could these creatures have existed? But what about the information that's being presented by Cedric today, tonight with his presentation? Meter, like, what would you, if you wanted to make a case for dragons existing? What would you do? How would you present that scientifically, like for people to say, maybe he's got a good case here?
But it all depends, like, because are we talking about actually uh uh flying dragons with fire breathing coming out his mouth with brimstone, stuff like that? Is we talking about the actual flying dragon, or like he just named off a couple of dragons that we know of? You know, what do it got to be a giant, or could it just be small as a dragonfly? You know, it all depends of how you take it. Because like the Komodo dragon, and then it's the evolution. Who to say that Komodo dragon didn't have wings, and then uh, was cursed to walk on his belly? Hello?
What I'd like to do this right here. I want to ask Cedric some questions with you as well, Meter. So Cedric, let's just entertain this, okay, for a moment. Why are the depictions of these animals so accurate to like what we would know as a dinosaur today? Like, you do agree that these let's say, let's just use obviously Chinese, that's very popular, the dragon in the Chinese. Why the sharp teeth, the broad nostrils, the shape of the I guess it's called a muzzle, what you call it, I don't know what you would call it in a dinosaur, beak. But why do these animals look so much like the actual dinosaurs that we know of today, that we've discovered today?
Well, old ancient Chinese dinosaurs do not resemble any of the modern depictions that we have today. The modern depictions that we have are retrofitted based on actual dinosaurs, right? If you look at ancient Chinese dinosaurs, you see them. They have them in their dances on the street. Those animals resemble the reptiles that are found in their culture. In Asia, you have large reptiles. You have all the cobras. You have the major boas. You have the retics and the reticulated python and the what's the other one? The retic and uh, Burmese, right? These are huge, large snakes, which are part of these of their environment. It's part of their culture. If you look at the fangs of a cobra, for example, then you can understand and see that dragon head being represented in that physical form. In South America as well, where there are these large snakes that are in the jungle, their dragons represent more reptile form. Um, in Europe is where you get later depictions of dragons more in the form of dinosaurs. And if you look at the timeline, it is pretty much synchronized with the discovery of actual dinosaurs that these depictions start to resemble modern dinosaurs.
Okay, peace. Thank you, Cedric. Peace, Black Sage. What would you like to
Yes.
add? Thanks for joining.
Yes, shalom. Peace, please. Peace to you, Cedric, and the other brother on the panel. Yeah, it was a pretty good presentation for the conversation. I think people often have a misconception that the Bible is a book of fairy tales. So they read into it dragons, and they read into it when they read the word unicorn and things like that in the scripture without simply just doing the actual study and the etymology of these words. You'll clearly see that they're talking about actual real animals. The problem is with when we get to the medieval times, we have sort of these imageries that comes along with these stories, that we see fire breathing dragons, which the Bible is not talking about a fire breathing dragon. It's not talking about a serpent, a giant serpent with wings, as we see in other images. It's not talking about those things. Those things refer to deities, uh, as in Apophis or Apep, which we know that the Assyrians, um, in their conquest, believed in this serpent-like deity or this deity in chaos or chaos. So they reference these types of things. We talk about the imagery in the Garden of Eden with the serpent, Nakash. People often laugh at that about the book of the Bible, but you also see these same images with Beset in ancient Kemet cutting off the head of the serpent, or you even see a serpent in Egyptian hieroglyphs with two legs walking. So these are just images of things that people often take to be real. Even when we talk about Leviathan, those also in the biblical narrative reference nations that were against the children of Israel, and nations that were against the children of Israel. There was no Leviathan like a like we see some fire breathing dragon, right? These are not the things that we're talking about. Even when it talks about the unicorn in the Bible, well, a decent word study simply will show you that it's talking about a bull or an ox. It's called a reem, reem. It's a reem, but it's translated into the English as as a unicorn, right? But these were animals that were real, that we know that existed, that had one horn on their head. So that's why it's translated into English that way. But these weren't like the mythical horses that we see coming out of the medieval depictions of unicorns with one horn in the middle of a horse's head. It's not talking about that. These are basic, very simple word studies that you can see, and it'll break it down. It'll show you. People often ask why you don't see dinosaurs in our land here, why you don't see dinosaurs on the ark, because we know that dinosaurs died out before we get to the youngest, driest events, right? So there wouldn't be a living dinosaur, right, on the earth at that time anyway, right? So, I mean, these things are just simple, just a matter of ignorance and a matter of people just not really doing a simple word study. You can even look in the scripture, Moses' staff, I believe in Exodus chapter 4, is referred to as a dragon or a Tanaim, right? Or a serpent, right? Why is that? Because if you understand the narrative and the imagery of the scripture, it talks about one power being greater than the next power, right? So when his serpent staff, his staff turns into a serpent and it eats up the other two lesser serpents by the magicians of ancient Kemet. It's just talking about one controlling power over another. So we have to really understand what these things are, um, and what they are. So a lot of times, like whales did exist. What would you call a whale at that time? I mean, they're still the largest mammals on the earth. So um, you want to say they didn't see a whale and not understanding it scientifically as we do today, and understanding what it actually was. What's the big issue if they called it a leviathan? What's the problem with that? Right? The problem is that we have this cartoonish imagery that goes along with these words that we've been growing up with as children, right? Reading rainbow dragons and purple dinosaurs and Godzilla and stuff like that. That's the imagery that we associate when we see these words. King Arthur and the Legends of the Round Table and Merlin and dragons and different things like that. But that's not the imagery that the Bible portrays. So I just wanted to land my plane on that. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, I'm not a Bible scholar, and I was doing the brother's presentation on dragons, and it hit me. I'm like, don't the Bible speak of dragons? Because I'll
Right.
put a couple of passages, scriptures, in the comment section, like Psalms 18:8. Can you explain that to me,
Yeah, that's
brother?
actually that's
Joshua?
actually one of the ones. If you actually look at what it's actually telling you, right, when they talk about dragon, it's actually talking about a mountain, a volcano, actually. That's really what it's referring to, right? So if you read the imagery in Psalms, it's talking about it spewed hot coals of fire. It talks about it spews fire out of the mouth of what? The volcano. If you actually study, even Josephus talks about it. There was an understanding that the earlier Israelites worshipped at the base of a volcano, right? Because that's believed where they saw the Most High, Mount Horeb. Most of the sacred mountains that they went in, you see that are talked about in the Bible. These were volcanoes at the time, right? These are volcanoes, and still volcanoes. You talk about when the children of Israel come out of Egypt, they're led out of Egypt, they're led by a pillar of fire by night and a cloud and a pillar of cloud by day, right? And which led them where? To the holy mountain. It's just these are active volcanoes that they see, that they gave anthropomorphic and they gave these deities, they attributed to these acts of nature. And so this is exactly what you're seeing. um, there in the English translations, it's just referred, they call it a dragon because of the imagery that it gives. But if you look at a volcano, what does a volcano spew? It spews hot rock, right, or hot lava. So that's all it's showing you. That's all it's what it's telling you. If you study the Israelites, and like I said, Josephus talks about this. They were one of the one of the origins that he gives. He gives several different origins for the ancient Israelites. Is that they worshipped at the base of a volcano, and they worshipped a volcano. That's one of the things that he talked about. Like that was one of the things that the people believe, right? So these are just those images. They're not talking about, Puff the Magic Dragon. They're not talking about that. That's not the imagery that the Bible is relaying as part of being actual truth. In fact, and then somebody said Yara thinks we're stupid. Why would they call a ox a unicorn? I just gave you the etymology. REEM. Look it up. It's not difficult. This is what I mean
Yeah, that's
about
factual though.
people who
That's
won't read.
anytime you have entertained looking up the mythical creatures of the Bible, if you have engaged in this exercise with any sincerity, you would not argue with the points that my brother Yara is making. Now the moment he says something wild, I'm gonna jump on him. But to this moment, everything he said is factual. If there was indeed an ox, uh, a wild ox that went extinct around the 17th century. So it was a predominant feature in the Middle East, and it didn't indeed it was a one horn or two horned animal, but the way the horns grew gave the appearance of a singular horn coming out of the forehead. So this is
Correct.
an actual animal. And with regards to the Leviathan, this great creature of the sea. Indeed, if you look at the coastal areas that these people inhabited, there would have been whales back and forth in the Mediterranean. There's a migratory path within the Mediterranean that they would have seen large whales. So nothing my brother said to this point is in error or any flim flam.
Yeah. And actually, they still exist today. I think they're called marwels or marwels. You have to correct me on that. These
I,
are actually
Narwhals.
mammal.
They're
Yeah,
called narwhals.
yes, they actually have horns, right? Well,
Right,
they're not
narwhals do.
actually horns, but it has the appearance of horns. But it's calcium deposits that grows out of the skull. I don't think it's an actual part of the skull. It's like a toenail or a fingernail,
Toenail, yeah,
right?
it's a toenail.
Yes,
That
yes,
animal, I think it's a goat type animal that's still
yes,
around today. But the
yeah,
animal you're referring to is indeed a large wild ox that would give the appearance of
yeah,
a unicorn, right? The
yes,
body plan, etc., would give the appearance of a quote unquote horse with one horn. And if you're using basic language, mind you, you don't have the lexicon that we have today. You don't have the phylogenetics and all of that. You don't have the clades. So people are going to use common language to explain these animals. Now the problem comes when that colloquial use of language to explain a volcano is now taken uh, to to pretend that these mythical creatures, right, were actually real. This is where you fall off.
Correct. That's correct. That's correct.
Hey,
Right. Just
I
just
might
to
be,
just to clarify, the narwhal is a sea creature, and that's a tooth. So when you're saying it's not really a horn,
Yes.
it's like a
Oh,
tooth
oh,
growing out. But it
the seal like sea creature. Okay, we're correct.
Yes.
Yeah, we're
yeah,
right,
I
but
might be,
both of those creatures are real. I want to
Yes.
ask a question, Meter. I'm gonna let you go, but I did want to throw this out here, mix it up a bit. So are we, I understand that you're very scientific, Cedric, and I know you are also when it comes to this the bit Meter, could you mute out for just a second? There's some feedback from your end just until you talk. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So right, we understand the scientific part, but we got to get I got to get some smoke going in here, okay? So cryptozoology zoology, right? Would you assert that there is every creature that will ever exist has been found? I'll start with Cedric and then go to Yara. Would you say that? Like we've discovered every single species and every single animal out there. There's nothing else to be found.
Thank you
You
for
get
bringing
where I'm
up the
going with
word.
that, right?
Yeah, yeah, cryptozoology. I was looking for that word a little while ago. And so cryptozoology is an actual field of study where where the actual biologists, so it's not pseudoscience, that are out there in certain environments looking for or trying to actually establish if certain animals go extinct or went extinct, right? For example, you have in New Zealand, I think there's a study momentarily still taking place to see if they can find the Tasmanian tiger in the wild. There has been some signs. I'm excited. You can
Mhm.
see I'm a nerd. I'm excited, but they haven't had any factual evidence yet. There's also a branch of cryptozoology that investigates mythical creatures, Bigfoot, Loch Ness monster, etc. This branch of paleo anthropology has cryptozoology has not and most likely will not produce any results. Why is that? Again, when you look at specific animals, they existed in specific ecological niches. When the ecology or the environment changes so that they are no longer fit for that environment, is the reason that most of these animals died out. For as far as actual animals existed. Now, with regards to mythological creatures, no evidence has ever been produced to quantify any of these mythological creatures, including el famoso chupacabra.
The chupacabra, how dare you? That's a real animal. I'm just kidding. No, honestly, there are things out here that we cannot explain, though. You do realize you agree with that.
Yeah, yes, and uh, that is why we entertain science. It is the areas of the unknown. It is the unexplained. Uh, is where science flourishes. Once we understand a particular phenomena and it is been established, it is no longer quote unquote science. Then it is common knowledge. Science is the acquisition of knowledge. A particular phenomena that is unexplained, that is where science is going to engage and have the most fun. There's where you get to hypothesize. There's where you get to produce or create experiments. This is a fun environment for science. So yes, The moment we have acquired all knowledge or understand all things, uh, yeah, the scientific endeavor process is then over, and that is not science. So yes, things that are unexplained is where science loves to be.
Hmm. What about you? Thank you, Cedric. What about you, Yara? You agree with Cedric? Do you get excited when we find things like animals that we thought have gone extinct, and then they actually are discovered in different parts of the world? Or what do you say about cryptozoology or
Uh,
zoology?
yeah. I mean, I think all of those things are important, especially when they find and things are found that skeletal remains are found of things, and sometimes we start the journey and looking for certain species based on on rock art or cave art, things that they find in places where they've discovered drawings of certain animals or imageries of certain animals that no one's ever seen before. So I mean, I think that there are quite a few things, but I do think sometimes they find things and they refer to them as new species, but sometimes these are just maybe I believe that they're maybe like animals that have had a some type of uh, genetic mutation or some type of deficiency. Maybe something should have had two eyes, but it was but it's developed with one eye, something like that, not due to
Yes,
an yeah, because of its necessary environmental survival, but just simply because of a birth defect, right?
right.
So you may find the remains of something like that, and then that'll start or spark the search for a new species that we may only ever find just that one species or skeletal type remains. But I don't believe. I mean, we can tell right now. I mean, science already tell us we know less than what maybe 2 or 3% of what actually lies at the bottom of the ocean. The animal, the sea life that's actually exists down there. We don't really know that much about it and what actually lies beneath the depths of the waters. Um, so I think that we haven't discovered everything. I think that there are some things that you have that were eyewitness. That were eyewitness accounts, but if you ask me if there were flying pterodactyl like creatures that were breathing fire, no, I don't think that ever existed. And so I know a lot of people say, well, how come, like why would they describe a dragon as a volcano? Well, again, look at the imagery. They wouldn't. A drag that would only be a later there would only be a later description used where fact meets fiction. The fact being that the volcano is real and they do erupt and they do spew black rock or what people would consider to be coal, right, or lava rocks, right, and fire running down and coming from the belly of this beast, right? Like that's how I would describe a volcano, but some people would describe that, and they have, as a dragon. And it's not until we get to the medieval times that we even see these images of what we would consider a dragon,
Yep.
right? And so it's like you have to look at those separate the fairy tales from the actual fiction. And I think a lot of Bible people get that wrong because of just illiteracy, right? And not just actually studying for fact over fiction, right? So that's what I have to say there. But I do believe in crypto science. That I believe in science. I don't think that science has to be completely dispelled. I'm not one who believes the Earth is 6,000 years old. That's ridiculous, right? We have caves older than 6,000 years old. You see what I'm
Oh,
saying?
there's
Like
trees
there's
older than
trees
six
older than
thousand
six
years
thousand. Yeah, I
old.
didn't want to say that, but yeah, but of course there is, right? We know that. We have they just
There are
what they
artifacts
they're
artifacts older
artifacts,
than six
right?
thousand.
6,000 years old. Their pyramids in Peru, I think they date almost 6,000 years old, right? So, like I don't come from that paradigm that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Like that's just utterly ridiculous, right? Just absolutely makes no sense. I tell people all the time, I do believe in that the Bible does teach a form of evolution. I just refer to it as theistic evolution, right? So,
Uh-oh.
but it is one of those. It's one of those things. I,
Can
I,
you
I mean,
elaborate on that? I just want to say real quick, excuse me, peace to misunderstood. I didn't get to say that earlier. Thank you for showing support. Um, Meter, I know you want to get in here, but now this is what I've been waiting for. You hear, let me hear your stance. When you say theistic evolution, Yara, what exactly do you mean? And then I want to see if you still agree with him on what he's saying, Cedric. Let's hear from our brother Black Sage. What is theistic evolution?
it's basically I believe in the existence of intelligent design, right?
Uh-huh.
I think that everything that we see, like I've had debates and discussions, we talk about things like the Fibonacci sequence and different things like that, that there are repeating patterns throughout the universe in many different aspects of nature. I don't think that anything is by happenstance or by chance. I do believe that the universe, you can begin to understand it, especially in quantum physics. You can understand things simply based on a mathematical equation, but something that is a mathematical equation, whether we name what we name it or not, or what we choose to name it later on, it still has to have some type of intelligence behind it. That's my position, right? So, and it had to take an intelligence to solve that mathematical equation in order for things to exist. I believe in the law of thermodynamics. I believe that has a place in theistic evolution and many other different things. So, I've studied things like the BVG proof, a theorem that basically for every and it's basically what it gives us is that for there is a cause and effect, right? And first, and before you have the effect of something, there has to be causation or causality. And for me, that causality has to come from an intelligent designer. Now, if you choose to call it the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man or the Pink Energizer Bunny, that's your business. I choose to call it something else. I choose to call it Yahweh. That's what I choose to call it. But there is a power there, an intelligent design there that I believe that everything stems from. So that's my
Okay.
just basis.
Thank you. What do you say about that, Cedric? You're good with that? He's still walking side by side with you?
I believe I can fly. So
I believe I can fly.
what Yara
No, but
believes,
seriously, what
so
about
what
how do you approach people when we, take the position of theistic evolution?
saying God did it, okay. I mean, like uh, everything Yara said with this regard is just a matter of his feelings, right? And at some point, you don't argue with a man's feelings. Can't demonstrate it. He just feels that way. He just feels that way. So at a certain point, okay, my brother, feel how you feel. You can't demonstrate it, but you can feel that way. And that's okay.
Okay. Yara, Meter, we have Zion joining.
So,
Meter, I'm
so,
gonna let you.
let me give him a little pushback. Let me give him a little pushback.
Okay. Okay. And then we'll get over to the
Causality
others.
is not a fundamental aspect of nature. Cause and effect happens within is a process within nature. However, it's not at the foundation of nature. Quantum fluctuations has no causality. The random popping in and out of particles happens without causal agent. So that ends that aspect there. Um, what you call equations and needing intelligence to solve it, we apply these equations. Nature has no need for them. It is our ability to understand what is happening by means of these mathematical equations. We establish the parameters of logic. Nature doesn't have any requirement for them. So this is a language created by humans to understand nature. So again, intelligence, yes. However, God, human intelligence, right? Nature makes none of these prescriptions. If you look at intelligence, you automatically have to assign agency. Agency would require intent. If we observe nature, nature operates without intent. It operates based on reactions of the four fundamental forces, and that is what allows us to understand it, not intent. If nature was based on intent, if we understand human intent, there is no predictability there.
Well, can I respond really quickly? So
Of
so
course,
it,
yeah.
yeah, if you say
And then
nature
and
has
after you, I'm gonna move on to the others. Sorry.
okay, yeah, I did this myself experiment actually when I was in the seventh grade. So if you say nature has no intent or no need for causality and intent, then how do you explain photosynthesis?
Explain me the intent.
The intent of photosynthesis is actually to the some plants have the ability to protect themselves from sunlight to cool the earth in the day. They fold up and they fold down based on their response to the sun or UV radiation. It allows for the plants to raise up, the leaves to raise up during the evening, so that the dew and the mist can roll down the leaves into the stem to the base of the plant in order to water it and to cool it during the day. To me, that sounds like intent in nature. So when you say it
No,
has no,
that is a process of reactions.
but you
Intent,
just said, but isn't
intent.
causality
No, no, my brother. I
okay?
ask you to give me intent.
Okay, that is
And
intent for survival. Isn't survival intent?
no.
Wow. So you don't eat with intent to survive?
See, you see how you move the goalpost.
I didn't move the goalpost. You said,
Your
uh
body
huh,
reacts. Your body reacts, creating the necessity for
uh huh,
nourishment.
uh
So,
huh.
what is the intent? There is no intent there. There is fulfillment of a chemical reaction that is fueled by the processes in your body, right? Even and now we're going into the conversation of determinism, but that is not the conversation. My conversation was what is the intent of nature?
Survival.
That is a process.
That is so no, so
There is
no
no
survive. There's a process that goes into survival, but the ultimate goal is survival, and that is intent.
nature. Nature simply is.
Oh, come on, my brother.
Within nature, you have processes. If nature's sole objective is survival, then there would be no predation. There would be no actual hunting where one species eliminates the next. Nature would produce the ability for each to survive. What you have is predation. What you have is natural processes. There is no intent from nature there. What is the intent of an amoeba?
The
Let
intent
me
of
let
the okay, I'm sorry.
Zion. No, you wanna let Zion get in, or you want to
No, Zion can
just
go ahead.
hold that?
Zion can go ahead. You called him.
Yeah, Zion, come on in. What would you like to add to? And whoever you in the sir in the back or ma'am, I can't see you, so I'm not familiar with you. So if you could turn your camera on, I'd be more than happy to add you. Zion, what would you like to add? Thanks for joining. You're muted.
You're muted. Come off mute. All right. He's gonna go out, come back in, he said.
All right, then, Meter, did you want to jump in and make a comment about what the brothers are talking about?
Yeah. I was Sage hit a point that I was trying to wanted to make. Because when we go to the oceans and things like that, you know, as far as new species and stuff, we only scratch the surface, like 5%, 5% of the oceans, and a little bit more of the land. Because you got the Amazon and all of it have never been.
Okay, we're having a little tech difficulty, unfortunately, but I kind of hear what you're saying.
And not too long ago, they just found a new species of orcas. You know, they just found that. No, that's like what
They
they just
reclassified them
found.
because they understood that they're dealing with distinct species now. First, they
No, but
considered they were
you gotta
Let
considered.
him
understand too.
respond, Meter. Don't interrupt him, please. Let him respond to you.
So I'm just supporting your position, my brother. Just explain it a little bit correctly. They always knew of these killer whales. However, they thought that they were interchangeable. Now, through better observation, they see that there are distinct groups and distinct speciation. You have some that, for example, only hunt mammals, whereas others only eat fish. They don't interbreed. They have separate languages. However, our observation, we see them as physically the same. However, they are distinct species by means of culture and behavior. So yes, even as with humans, they are now seeing that within the environment of killer whales, that you have distinct cultural and behavioral practices.
Okay, Meter,
Uh,
go ahead, and then I'm going to
and
get to Zion.
also, like our rainforest and Amazon, it's like that's uncharted territory, you know, and it's one of those scientists said it's probably thousands, millions of species that never been discovered in those type of environments. And so Yara, I wanted to ask, I don't know if I'm saying the name wrong. It was
Yeah, that's fine.
Tananium.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
God created a creature, Tananium,
yes,
Tanninim. Am I saying it
yes,
right?
yes.
What can you explain it for me?
Well, well, well. Actually, so the Tananim comes from initially. It comes from I believe it's called Tanayu, which was a Canaanite deity, right? Among the Canaanite pantheons, right? And it was a serpent deity, right? But also in the Hebrew, the Tanaim also meant serpent, but it also meant chaos. It also was used to describe Moses' staff, as I said before. Uh, it's also was used to, I believe, it's also used to describe large sea creatures as well. So it's just this is what the English translations give us the word dragon in some places, right? It gives us the word dragon just to talk about a serpent, right? But not necessarily, like I said, these images of these fire breathing dragons that we see in the cartoons, right? It's not given, that's not the imagery.
So, but
Okay.
all the fire breathing creatures that the Bible is talking about is you are you saying that it's speaking on just solely volcanoes?
I do know the one scripture in Psalms that you referenced, that's referring to a volcano. That's the imagery that it's using. But I don't know of many other fire breathing creatures described in the Bible. Even in Revelation, it talks about the dragon. We know that's talking about a system. We know that's talking about a nation, right? We know that's referring, it's a reference to Babylon, right? Um, as in serpent, as in being cunning, as in being deceitful and deceiving many, right? But I don't see too many other references other than the verse in Psalms where it talks about a serpent breathing fire. People often misconstrue that with the scripture in Exodus when it talks about the fiery serpents. It never said a fire breathing serpent.
Right.
It just says fiery serpents, right? And we know that what they were referring to were snakes that when they were bitten, if you've ever been bitten by a snake, I haven't, but if you study what they talk about how it feels, the poison burns, right? You get this burning sensation, right? If you look up all snake bites, right? Snake bites, right? They tell you that poison gives you this burning feeling, right? So they talk about these fiery serpents. People give again, they take this medieval imagery, like these were like little fire breathing dragons floating around the desert. That's not what it's saying, right? So um, we have to look at it in the terms of reality, not in the imagery that the Bible never gives, right? Because the imagery that we use would only been from the imagery from their time. But most of us, again, we take our imagery from cartoons we were raised on, or comic books, or medieval drawings, or different things like that. A lot of it. So I only know that I don't know many other verses that talk about a fire breathing serpent.
Yeah, because I did
Let
a
me get
little
over to
thinking.
Zion. Let me move over to Zion. He's here. He's back. Thank you, Meter. Zion, what would you like to add? And I thank you for joining Rebel Rob. What would you like to add to the
Yes, sir.
conversation?
Yes, sir.
Did you
Bless
get
up.
to see? Did you get to see Cedric's presentation
I
at all?
didn't. I just popped in towards the end, really, you know what I'm saying, to give a shout out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cedric is my arch nemesis, but so he's my friend too.
Okay.
So
What
you
would
know
you
what
like
I'm
to
saying?
add?
But yo, yeah, no, what I agree with what Elder Yara was. It was like a couple of topics going on floating around. I totally forgot when I first came on. I was listening to Cedric, you know what I'm saying, and Yara going back and forth. Now I totally forgot exactly what I was talking to, thinking of. But what Yara was saying, absolutely. And I think where they probably get that twisted, Yara, is the what was it, like locusts in Revelation that shoots of brimstone and fire from its mouth, and from the tail the smoke proceedeth forth. But we know that
Yeah.
is symbolic, prophetic language, right? And so
Yes.
and even with prophetic language, right? And I'm one who exercises what I call the mustard seed of faith, because I do deal with science, and what I'm saying, but I also delve into the spiritual side. I don't mix the two, never the two shall twain. Until, like, for instance, with prophecy, right? I think that sometimes things that are revelatory in the past, in ancient times, actually does have some significance towards the future, right? And even if it's written in this apocalyptic language, right, that has so much symbolism and anthropomorphized images of dragons and beasts and what have you, spitting fire and locusts, armies of what have you, right? That in this language there is depth that you can extract from it, whereas most people who would be more, I would say, and I'm not trying to be long-winded, but most people who are more empirical in thought, and don't consider the artistic, poetic minds of human beings and how our ancestors conveyed knowledge, would say, well, this is all fantasy. But I think that there's deeper meaning toward it and deeper meaning within it. Like, for instance, I had a dream, and and this is, you could say that this is I'll end with this, that you could say that this is an experiential apologetic. But I had a dream one time when I was in sleepaway camp, not literal. If you're from the streets, you know what sleepaway camp is, right? So I'm in sleepaway camp, and I spoke to my mother on the phone. Got my little time on the phone with my mom, and my mom, I told her, I said, Mom, I had a dream of my Uncle David, and it was a little girl. There was a girl, a child laying at the foot of his bed, and she was at the foot of his bed. Don't you know that a week later he adopted my cousin? And she's a girl. She's that was years and years ago. She's in the ministry and the whole nine, and and she's family now. That was like over maybe 20 years ago. I had a dream and I saw it, and the way I envisioned it, is not what we see now, but it still had relevance. And so I would ask, Cedric, how do you explain things like that? I'm sure in your life that you've had some epiphanies or some thoughts or something that came to your head, and then later on you saw it manifest. How would you explain that?
Cedric, I don't think he's here. Are you here?
How do you explain anecdotal claims? How?
No, like a dream. Like you had a dream and all of a sudden later on it happened. How do you explain moments like that?
Again, anecdotal. We do that to ourselves. Like, your mind plays tricks on you. And again, how do I substantiate that as factual?
Okay, so let's do this. To tie it back to the conversation of dragons and even evolution, how do we, and then I'm going to go to you, Rebel Ra. Let me see what I was about to say. Oh, about dragons. So the thing, when we're talking about the Bible, this is really for people who, my brother, Black Sage, and I don't know, Zion, I'm kind of on, you said you do.
Okay. Yeah. No.
To some of the scriptures. Okay.
I don't believe that the Bible is infallible, but I don't lean on inerrancy of scripture, but I do believe that there is depth and meaning in the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? I do.
Okay. So let me say this, because we're going to tie this back to the conversation of the Leviathan, and that makes sense, Yara. Everything that you've explained, I've heard it before. When it's explained very well through in a scientific way with all these different creatures that are represented. And Zion, I understand that you're talking about symbolism, but
right.
So what about the detailed descriptions of those creatures in like the the creatures in Isaiah, the angels? Are you saying that those are also not real as well, right?
I believe that a lot of things were induced. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that there was, the use of altering substances even in the temple. So visions and stuff were not uncommon to people of ancient. They had a couple of things that were entertaining. We have cell phones nowadays that we get a brain freaking daggone eruption from just entertainment. But they had their own forms of art, visual and creative ways of explaining things, and it was no less. I would say that it's real in the sense that there's meaning behind it as we're seeing it. That they saw it probably as literal, but I would say that still, even when they're having these literal imaginations, that there is some depth that can be extracted from it and some realities that are extracted from them. So angels like that, with angels and stuff like that, they saw angels. I think that angels are principles, and they saw them in in there, whatever state they was in. I don't see it that way. I think that this is far more in depth than that. Is than the anthropomorphizing of it.
Okay, thank you, Yara. So what I'm based, thank you for answering that. You're telling us your position, Yara. What I'm asking basically is there an explanation for everything that's mythical or like the fantastical in the Bible as far as creatures and beings? Is there a logical scientific explanation for all of it, like the so-called seraphim in Isaiah and in Ezekiel? Oh no, wait, I think it's Daniel as well. Ezekiel, Daniel,
Yeah.
and Isaiah. Is there a logical scientific explanation for the description of those?
I wouldn't. I don't necessarily say a scientific explanation, but I do think that when it comes to like these angelic beings that are described, like seraphims and thrones and different things like that, which are different hierarchies of angels that we specifically read about. I think in the book of Ephesians later on they talk about the hierarchy of angels, uh, seraphims and cherubims and different things of that nature. I think that um, these are man's explanations and visions of what they understand and to believe to be a truth of who their deity is and how he relates to them, right? um I if you ask me, do I think they are real? I think they are real because I do think spirits exist. Do I think that people um on more than the occasions and other occasions that we would see, because some of these beings, if you took the descriptions of them, right, as given in the Bible, most men would stroke out for fear, right? If you saw an entity approach you with 1,000 eyes on one side of his head and another 1,000 eyes and a wheel in the middle of a wheel, I think these things were trying to describe the undescribable power, right? But if you tell me, do I believe angels are real? But I do believe they are. But I believe they come in the form of men. These are men and women who've been given assignments by the Most High to carry out acts of service and protection. Um, we know scientifically that when people are distressed, they can do extraordinary things, right? They can lift weights above lift things that are heavier than their actual physical ability to do so when they're in distress situations. They can run faster, right? You ever seen somebody is slow, slow walk, slow as a turkey, but when they chase by a dog, they run like Usain Bolt, right?
All
Because
it
out
makes
of
sense.
fear and endorphins and certain chemicals that are released,
All it makes sense.
based on, certain fears and aspects. So I think we don't have to dismiss science, um, when it comes to the biblical narrative and say, well, did these things happen? I also agree with my brother Zion when he says we know that some of these Israelites, they were high. They were getting high. They was smoking herbs.
The herbs and stuff in there smoking out,
We
man.
yeah, we know that this is what they were doing. And if you've ever smoked or even eating mushrooms, if you was eating these wild mushrooms and different things like that, you're liable to see anything, right?
Right. We still don't know what manna is.
You see what I'm
Is it
saying?
a
Exactly.
figment of their imagination, or because I'm going to move over to Rebel Rob, but I wanted you to close out when you park. Is
Yeah, I
Yara?
think
Is it a figment of their imagination, or are any of these creatures, or any of these fantastic creatures in the Bible real?
when it, like I said, specifically when it comes to angels, like I said, I believe these are Um, these are influences of men that are influenced one way or the other. But when you talk about how these angels are described in the heavens, Paul tells you, he says, I don't know if I was dreaming or if I was caught up and taken into the third heavens and I saw all of these things, right? He doesn't know. He said in some way he was in a trance-like state for all he knew. But most times when we read about images of angels in the Bible and interacting with men, they appear to be men. Sometimes that's why the scripture says, be careful who you entertain because or you deal with, because some have entertained angels unaware. How is that? How would you not know if it was an angel unless it looked like you? You see?
Right. Oh, I see. So they're manifesting as humans. Okay, what do you thank you, y'all? Thank you, Black Sage. Did you want to say something? I'm gonna move on to Rebel Ra. Cedric, I don't know if you want to respond really quickly, but maybe you want because I know Rebel Ra's he's gonna come in with his logic and science. Let me just get to Rebel Ra. Rebel Ra.
Yeah, go ahead, because
And I saw Son Etter in the chat. By the way, Son Etter was in the chat. I don't know if y'all saw him. He's watching when something about Yara triggers him. He said, I see I have a lot to clean up with this spooky SHIT.
I was just going to interject the word spooky. Because all that
Come in here, son, and I'm gonna
Yara
beat
was
you up
doing
with the
was a
Holy
little
Ghost.
too much.
Okay, I'm gonna let me
Rastafari.
let Rebel Ra go ahead and then I'll get to you,
Hey,
Cedric.
peace to you, Rasta brother. Peace
Hey,
to you,
blessed,
man.
blessed.
Yes, your
Yes.
mother.
Bless.
Give thanks, everyone on the panel. And you don't know Cedric, you do your thing. Napar, blessed. And the one
Peace.
called Sage, you don't know. Blessed, yes. But Sage, you try push back on Cedric talking about intent. We got to always put the word into definition. You know what I'm saying? If the world was working with intention, then it would be purposely doing things. You know what I'm saying? With a reason, with a result ending. You know what I'm saying? The earth works off more like Cedric was saying, cause and effect. You know what I'm saying to you? The dew that falls and all of that stuff, it's really not doing with an intent. You know what I'm saying? It's just reactions and laws and you know what I'm saying? And that same thing with the dragon. We need to always take into account too that the Anglo-Saxons, they are big on dragons too. The people from Wales, the people from England and so forth, you know, St. George's that slayed the dragon. But these people didn't think he literally slayed a physical dragon, but in their myths and in their ideology, it was overcoming certain, how would you call it? You know, hardship and so forth. You know what I'm saying? You're slaying that demon, so to speak. And so it wasn't like, no, I hear in Yara and I respect you on your level, Yara, but sometimes you have to put the Bible down and it's not everything somebody say. We got to try to puzzle fit it into the Bible because then it just starts sounding like, whoa, somebody taking us on a ghost ride. You know, so but the whole fact with the dragons in China compared to the West. In China now it's more on a deification level. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that evil sense where we take it on the West. Cause you know in the West we always take something and twist the whole kind of foundation of it. So in the West we put the dragon as something evil. But you know, you see some of the cartoons also showing you that dragons also storing a lot of treasures, diamonds, and you know what I'm saying, dimes and all of that stuff. Too, they will also look at, you know, creatures in caves that, you know, had a lot of diamonds and store a lot of precious things. So if we go in on the historical part of it, that's what these people think. If we go in on some kind of, this is what the Bible say and this is what we think, then we just ride in you know, what you call it, a joyride, and we just saying what we think. But I will leave it there and give thanks. Blessed love.
Okay, let me respond to all the
Yeah, can I respond if
angels.
nobody else wants to go? I think
Yeah,
Cedric, you
I'm talking.
muted.
I'm going. I'm going. I'm going to
To
respond to.
him stage.
Oh
Can you
yeah,
hear me?
yeah, brother. I appreciate what you said, but I don't really think you was listening to what I said because when I said a lot of imagery misconceptions that is taken about dragons
Yara,
and things in the Bible. Yeah,
can you
can you
hear
hear
us?
me?
Can you hear
Yeah, I
me?
can hear you.
I think you have a delay,
I have a delay.
possibly because Cedric was talking and I don't think you could hear him.
Oh no, no, I couldn't. I couldn't hear him at all. I'll
Yeah,
go out and come back in.
I wanted to respond
Yeah, come back.
to the all the angel diatribe that was just taking place. There, this is where epistemology comes into account. What empirical evidence do we have to corroborate such entities ever existing? Now, if we look at human imagination again, leprechauns, dragons, mermaids, fairies, pixies, we have established evidence of human imagination creating and producing these creatures. I talked about the Cyclops. I talked about the Centurion, right? These are all mythical creatures that we understand comes out of the mind of human beings. Now we look at the accounts of angels, right? And when you apply a proper epistemology to this question, you are going to reach to the same conclusion. These come out of the imagination of human beings. First of all, you have there all most of them have human shapes, right? Because we cannot conceptualize entities outside of our shape. That's why aliens have two eyes, two limbs. Like we
Right.
conceptualize anything else. This is human beings. But we're going to give them wings. We're going to give them magical powers. We're going to
Mhm.
give them extra eyes. These are the ways that we fantasize and produce mythical creatures. And we use them within our storytelling and we give them these powers. We have cherubims with magical flaming swords, right? And we look today, we see Star Wars coming up with magical flaming swords. Understand storytelling, right? Now to try and create some way to make these entities real, it is hilarious. Like what makes the angel different from the dragon? It is the same premise, the same foundation from where these ideas come. If you look within the Near Eastern culture, you see these type of creatures within the Assyrian culture, within the Babylonian culture, within the Egyptian culture. We see winged human beings, right? So you can understand the milieu in which these concepts come into being and take them for what they are.
Okay, thank you, Cedric. Yara, would you like to reply?
Yeah, yeah, I have to push back a little bit on that. Just let me say, like a lot of these things that we hear about that have been mythicized, they some of these things do have an element of truth to them. So we can't make that mistake and just say, oh, because we see, we hear an image or something described this way, that there's absolutely no truth to it. Let's take, for example, Cedric just talked about leprechauns. Well, if you actually do your study on leprechauns, you'll see that there was an author by the name of Gerald Massey. He wrote a lot about Egyptology, right? Gerald Massey will tell you that he's the one, I believe, who coined the term leprechaun, right? But he was writing, if you read his work, about an actual tribe of Africanoid peoples that later on got mythologized as hobbits or different things like that. But he claimed that they were like they were African, or like Twa, like a twilight tribe, right? Very short in stature. That the men at adult size got to the maybe the height of maybe some between 4 and 5 feet. That's as tall as they would get. A fully grown men. The women were, of course, shorter than that. They got to maybe of a height of about maybe 4 feet. And they lived in very small homes in Ireland in those in Scotland, I believe, in those regions of land, and they have a whole history about these people, right? And if you actually do a little bit of research, you can see where you had British and English explorers actually found these tribes. They have actual photos of them. They're not photoshopped. They're not made up. Gerald Massey talks about these people. They were actually known for having large deposits of gold. So when you get this leprechaun with the gold at the end of the rainbow, there's an element of truth to it if you
Right.
actually do the study. So when we start to talk about these things, let's not just give blanket statements and say, "Oh, none of these things exist," without
Right.
actually going into the actual history. The problem that we have is that when I told the brother that was on earlier, like I was saying, like he didn't hear anything or understand what I said when I said medieval times. Medieval times is where you would get these images that you see from people in the United Kingdom, in Wales, and in those different places where the tales of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table and fire breathing dragons and Merlin. I went over all that, brother. So you only really agreed with my point that I was making while you telling me to come out the Bible. I'm telling you that stuff is not in the Bible, right? So you're still confused about these words. There's no the Hebrews didn't use Israelites didn't use the word dragon. That's an English word
Right. It was,
that came later on,
yeah,
right? So when we look at these things, I think people don't read. They don't read enough to make these
right. Making
arguments. And I
oversimplification.
wanted to ask Sister Nepal, she dropped off. I wanted to ask anybody on the panel, why does a rose have prickles?
You see, this is where the flim flam comes in. Because I
Here
could
we
tell
go.
you the origins of mermaids as well. Doesn't make mermaids real.
Never said they were.
Doesn't make leprechauns real. So it's
Right.
like
Never said they were.
Never saying that.
so again, when I say I understand how humans can create mythical creatures like leprechauns, like centaurians, like mermaids, why do you go now and say there's a kernel of truth as if you're going to bring that back to a kernel of truth about a cherubim? Go ahead, make that connection.
Can I fly him?
That's an easy one. Go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Zion. That's an easy one.
real quick. So real quick, even in science today, in psychology, right? We have a whole a list of psychological disorders and clinical terms explicitly named after figures from Greek mythology. This is what I'm describing when I look at mythological characters and whether there's reality behind, you know what I'm saying, the perceived imagery or symbolism that. And so here we go. Narcissistic personality disorder comes from Narcissus, right? Simple, right? Oedipus complex, mythic origin.
Mm-hmm.
Oedipus, you know what I'm saying? Electra complex, the echoism, mythic
Mm-hmm.
origin of echo, the myth curse, and I believe that a lot of our ancient ancestors looked at these things as realities within the human context, psychology, how people
Facts.
behave, how they respond to certain stimuli from the environment, from the world around them, and from the world within. Right, and so we see Pygmalion effect, Galatia
Facts.
effect, Medusa complex,
Facts.
Cassandra syndrome, Thatanos. Almost every single daggone mythological person that or deity or daggone Gorgon or Titan that is in there is named as a psychological
That's a
condition in
fact.
science.
That's
In
a fact.
science, you can't get away. They named daggone stars after Jupiter. So if I say, oh, well, that's Jupiter, does that mean that it's Greek? The
Right.
Greeks made it, but at the end of the day, that's how they interpreted the world around them and the world within in
Facts.
psychological terms. And so, even with that whole story of the giants, when I hear people talk about the giants, you know what I'm saying, as a person who studies the
Mm-hmm.
Bible, they talk
Mm-hmm.
about the giants and they say that these giants are actual giants. I cringe because the scripture actually says men of renown. They weren't
Facts.
literal physical giants. Maybe some of them might have been tall in stature,
Right.
but you know what I'm saying? I would say that the reality is that they were the hardest dude on the block and everybody
Correct.
knew them and you could get touched. You know what I'm saying? And
Correct.
that's what it meant for men of renown. They were the big wigs, they were the big dogs. And that's what they're talking about in symbolic terms. They're describing serpents and they're describing, you know what I'm saying, that whole thing with the eyes and the seven wings. Seven has a symbolic meaning of you know what I'm saying, the eyes meaning thousands of eyes, or you know what I'm saying, what have you, meaning that they have full sight, full wisdom, full understanding. It does not mean that it's a literal daggone thing. Fear not.
Okay,
Correct.
well, let me ask
Fear
you a question about that. Let me ask you a question about
That's
that.
excellent.
What about in, well, I don't know about it being so excellent, because
Oh, it's great.
why in the Bible does it say that Goliath is 6 cubits tall? And why does it say that Og of Bashan is like, what is he, like 8, 9, 10 feet tall?
Right.
Why does it
Yeah.
say that in the
Can
actual
I answer that?
Bible? Well, let me ask you. It literally says how
Yeah,
tall they are.
let me do that one because that's
Yeah.
another easy one, right? I talked about this quite a little while ago. First of all, we have to understand how they actually measure the cubit, right?
Oh boy.
And they measure the cubit from the tip of a man's finger to the bend of his elbow, right? That is how they measure the cubit.
Mm-hmm.
So if I put my tip of my finger to the bend of my elbow up to Shaquille O'Neal, he'd probably be about 8 or 9 cubits, which would probably be about 7 or 8 feet tall. And Shaquille O'Neal is about what, 7'2", right? You have Yao Ming was about 7'7". You had Manute Bol was about 7'7". You have what's the other guy that's in the NBA now? Wemby. Wemby would have been considered a giant
Mm-hmm.
during that day.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so when you talk about a cubit, that's how they measured it. And then when you start talking about cherubims, here's the thing. And that's why I said Zion brought up a great point when he brought up the psychological references to these Greek deities, because the Greeks based their deities on nature and psychology, right? Where we get our basis of understanding psychology and psychiatry. So that's why a lot of these things are named after them. They talked about the conditions of men. So that's how a lot of their deities were formed, right? So that's why that connection he made was great. So when you talk about cherubims, the Hebrews would have never used. That's not a Hebrew word. That's a Greek word, right? Cherubims. And the reason why we say, and reason why we know this is because Cupid, right? I should say Cupid. I said that backwards. Cupid is the actual Greek word, right? Which was what they used to translate as cherubim, which is the actual Hebrew word, right? So, but they give us this sort of look from Greek and Roman mythology of a little baby with wings, right? But we know Cupid meant something, right? It meant the love between, or the innocent love of a child, like you would have, like the innocent love of a child. Then you had eros love, which was different. Then you had agape
Right.
love, which was different. But they all was symbolized by these baby looking little things that people call angels. So, but we know that these were things of the mind that they're referring to. Every pantheon deals with some type of psychological rendering, right?
Yes.
With their deities. So we know this. If you want to talk about really Cupid and going back to cherubims, you got to go all the way back, and somebody gonna like this and somebody ain't. You got to go all the way back to the imagery. You got to go all the way back to ancient Kemet and look on the walls and the hieroglyphs, look on the sarcophagus, on the sarcophagi, and you'll see images, winged images of deities, right? We see these same things on the Ark of the Covenant, these winged, these winged deities. Those things didn't begin in the Bible, but they had symbolic meaning to them, right? So nobody's saying that these things were walking around real with wings. Like, we're telling you that people understood these things and these images to explain a truth.
Right.
Okay, well, all right. I don't want to
No, I'm
stop you. Are
done.
you done?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
done.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
And yeah, that sounds good. What I'm doing too, and I'm going to bring Cedric and I think Rebel Raw still here and meet her in, especially Cedric and Rebel Raw. I personally, which people know, I subscribe to the scriptures. I do, see. I agree with Yara a lot about the animals and the the scientific explanation for a lot of animals. But what I'm seeing though is that there are Bible believers who try to, and I've been accused of this as well, try to say everything in the Bible. Let me explain it with science and what we see in the natural world. And that's where I do want to give some pushback and say, that particular explanation about Shaquille O'Neal would probably work if we don't have in Numbers. And I'm also going to get to Cupid. That was I think a Roman god, a child of Eros, and it didn't mean innocence. It meant like desire and kind of like lust. But that's not even the most important part. The part that I want to show is the Bible, where we have people just trying to say no, it's not really giants. The Bible didn't mean that. But again, there's so much in the Bible explicitly saying, no, we're talking about giants. Because here in Numbers chapter 13 verse 33, it says, and Caleb stilled the people before Moses and said, let us go up and once and possess it, talking about this land of these people. Now let me get down to 33. 32. So they came back, they brought a report up, and it was an evil report of the land which they had visited, right? And that they had searched unto the children of Israel. They said, the land through which we have gone to search it is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof. And all the people that we saw, those men are of great stature. He's saying they were very tall. He said, there we saw them like giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants. So there was Anak known that these are very, very tall, gigantic in stature, height men. It says, we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. And so we were in their sight. So he's not just saying, they were a couple feet taller than us. They're saying they were so much taller than us. We were like grasshoppers. And see, what you'll do is say, oh, no, let me explain the symbolic. That's symbolic and the symbolism. This is the problem. You can't just keep on trying to stand alongside Cedric and Rebel Ra with everything in the Bible, because this is supposed to be literal. But there's things that people do when they do believe in the scriptures. They know, because you're extremely intelligent, Yara. You're extremely intelligent, Zion. You want to say, I don't want to look ridiculous and ignorant. So I'm going to say it's just symbolism in this case. No, not in this case. Maybe, yes, the narwhal, the dinosaurs, 100%. You can explain that. But when we get to stuff like this, you cannot explain it. And so you're going to have to stand, either say it's completely wrong and false, or you're going to have to say, yeah, I think there's giants. Which one is it? Yeah, and I want you to hold that thought, the brothers, both Zion and Elder Yara, Black Sage. I want to go to Cedric, and I want him, because he's doing the presentation overall about Leviathan. Do you get what I'm saying? Even I stand with my brother Black Sage and my brother Zion. I'm a Bible so-called believer. But do you see where they're kind of like straddling the fence and like, oh, they're super intelligent. They're like, this is so ridiculous and not scientific. I'm just going to say this is symbolism. What say ye, Cedric? And then I'll move on to Rebel Ra and then Zion.
I tend to agree with you, Napa. I do not I do not see the need to try and make the Bible a scientific book, a historical book, when you start by indicating a necessity to believe, right? So when you have belief, you do not need science. And it's when you try to conflate the two that you run into problems. Because if I am going to look at the text and it indicates these entities, and there's these elaborate breakdowns of these entities and what they represent, there is no way that you are going to quantify them scientifically. Now, if you say they represent something symbolically, like my brother Zion was saying, hands off. That is open to whatever interpretation you want.
Interpretation. Right.
But the moment you try to make it fit within the paradigm of reality, then you are going to put up in methodological naturalism and you lose that argument from the jump. Why? Science makes no claims about the supernatural either way. Within the scientific paradigm, that does not exist.
All right.
And I'm up
You're
here.
good. Yeah, man.
Thanks.
So real quick, I want to say that this is not something that I made up or that I'm straddling the fence. This is actual something called pardes in Hebrew translation and interpretation of scripture, right? So pardes is basically applied to Hebrew scriptures, you know what I'm saying, and here in this regard on giants, right? So the Peshat is the plain meaning, the remez, hints, patterns, linguistic clues. The rash means comparative, homiletic, legal, or narrative expansion, and sod, mystical, symbolic, and esoteric. So there are 4 specific ways. Now they do a sod. Sometimes they do the mystical on top of the mystical, which makes for 5. But this is an actual way that I look at scripture, right? I look at it first for the plain meaning, then I look for the hints and patterns and the linguistic cues. I go and listen to my rabbi break down the Hebrew, and I listen for the cues, then the comparative homiletic, and then the mystical, right? And so Genesis, Nephilim, Anakim. Anakim, that word comes from the word neck. And it was talking about people who were in the remez. If I go to the Peshat is the literal, right? And sometimes the literal, you know what I'm saying, sounds like it's the literal thing, right? So the spies report Anakim, descendants of Nephilim. They describe themselves as grasshoppers in comparison to the so moving on, remez, hints, linguistic cues. Here, fallen ones, those who call others to fall. Wait, hold on. I thought we was talking about giants here. Those who, Nephilim, those who fell from heaven, right? Or angelic interpretation. The Anakim root, you know what I'm saying? Neck, necklace, hint, rooting long-necked ones, or tall in stature. Those who wear ornaments, elite warrior class. So like I was saying, sometimes it don't mean what we think off the surface. I don't just look at things from a black and white. I try to find the layers that are within them, because our ancestors were very daggone, they were layered. They were unique, and they were not simple-minded. Okay. So in the ways that they interpreted things, regardless of whether you want to take it literal, I wouldn't take everything so literal. But there is a literal meaning behind it. Now, Cedric said that the Bible is not a historical book. It is a historical book. It is not a history book. You know what I'm saying? Let's be clear about that. You know what I mean? It's an historical book that is throughout history. You know what I'm saying? Not just for the fact that it's the most freaking daggone highest selling book in the world for how many years. You know what I'm saying? But so boom. So the Sod is the mystical esoteric linked to the Watchers in Enoch 1, represent spiritual beings crossing forbidden boundaries, symbolize cosmic disorder. Oh, cosmic disorder. Then we have a discussion with Anquest about cosmic disorder. And the Kabbalah, the representative residual energies of pre-Adamic worlds, the Shivarat, Hakalim, and the shattering of the vessels. Do you think that this is literal talk? And I'm not.
Kabbalah. Yeah, that's the Kabbalah.
All I'm saying is,
But we're
I didn't
talking
make
about
this
the
up.
Bible.
I'm not straddling the fence if all of the rabbis are using this form of breaking down scripture. That's
Okay,
all I'm
well, thank you. Let me let Yara get in here and reply to what I had presented. Go ahead, Yara.
Yeah, I mean,
For first of all, I don't think Cedric or I ever said that these things were what term did you say we were calling it? How did we take it? That we were taking it as what symbolic. I never said that these things were symbolic to the degree when we talked about how you measure a cubit. That's factual.
Mm-hmm.
That's not symbolic. And
What about this
so
particular scripture in
so
Numbers
that particular
33?
so yeah, Numbers 33, you actually have to do more study, and it's not really that difficult. Like, so let's give it to
I don't
this,
have to do
right?
more studying. I just want you to
Hold
give us
on,
your
hold on, hold on,
perspective.
hold on. Actually, you do have to do more studying
No,
because if
I
you
actually don't.
believe, hold
No, I
on, if
don't.
you believe, hold on, if you believe that these were giants, like you
No, I
read,
don't believe it. No,
like
I
if
don't
you
believe it,
believe,
Yara. I'm reading the scripture. I don't
okay,
believe
so let me
anything.
give. Okay, thank you. I'm glad you finally
This
admit it.
this
So
isn't
when you said,
no, I'm
so,
saying you always say I'm
so,
admitted. Yara, well,
so,
the thing about you, I need you to hold on. Let me just keep
man,
some
I
order here.
can't
The
finish,
thing about
yo.
you, I'm gonna hand the mic back to you. I know. The thing about you is you have taken the scriptures just like everybody else and interpret it the way you want. So you on your journey, you don't think that there could possibly be men who are 10 feet tall.
I never
So
said
since
that. I
you
never said that.
are there 10 feet were there 10 feet tall men?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then why are you talking about
So,
it could be
but
like
how? But
Shaquille
see, when you,
O'Neal?
but how? What would you? I just said Shaquille. You had men that were 8 feet tall. I said that
Yeah, but they said they were
today,
like
living
grasshoppers.
today.
Just talk about that scripture.
If you're five
Talk about that
feet,
scripture.
if you're 5 feet, and you got someone as tall as the ceiling in your home, how would the English describe it? Because that's what you're reading. You're reading the English word giant.
So he's saying Zion said pretty much it's just symbolism.
And
They're not really as tall as they are saying they
That's
are. They
what
were just
rabbinical scholars say. That's not just me.
yeah,
no, that's not. No, you actually read
Hardest,
something that
hardest.
said John. You actually read something that it said tall in stature, and you just acted like you
this is
didn't
Tall in
say
easy. I
that.
mean,
stature means
that's
one
fine
doesn't
though. But this
necessarily
is
mean
easy to
daggone 16 feet tall.
How do you
right.
know? Wait, watch this.
Because
I
Wait,
the
object
watch
Bible
this,
says as
everybody. Let
where
me
in
much.
say this,
history where
you
we found
guys.
any bones like that.
Yeah,
That's
Zion, you already talked. Let me say this. He said tall in stature. The scripture explains tall in stature and how tall we were like grasshoppers. There's actually comparisons in there. So it's not about what I believe. Person who's corroborating what you're saying, Zion. He's agreeing. He presented something that said it means they are tall in stature. Now,
also
So
see,
mean the
you're running
frame
it through your schema.
and the
Oh,
facade.
there's no one that could be as tall as a giant. So because my schema says that it must, when they're saying tall in stature, they must mean like no taller than Shaquille O'Neal. No, it's saying that they are giants.
okay,
So
let's
now
stop
I'm
you
gonna
right.
hand the
Let's
mic
stop you,
back to
This is
you.
Napar.
where I
Now
will
when
not
you
yield
wait a minute.
yeah,
Hey, we can't
my
all talk.
lord.
I'm gonna hand the mic back to you. So when you start talking about you have to study, Yara, no,
You
you have
do
to.
have to study. It's
Yara,
easy in the
listen to me.
Bible. I'm not listening to you.
Yara, I'm almost done. You have to study and you have to stop going by your feelings. If you want to call it analogies
Napar,
and
you don't know what you're
symbolism,
talking about,
fine,
and it's in the
fine.
verses.
But the
Okay,
scriptures actually
so
say
let's
tall.
deal
It
with your
says
verse.
tall in stature.
Let's deal with your verse. You're not even thinking. If
Yeah,
you're thinking, if
I'm
you're
thinking all
thinking
right.
that listen, if you think that they're literally saying that to them, they would be in your mind, when they say we're as grasshoppers, you're thinking the size of an actual grasshopper in comparison to
I'm
something
not.
actually taller.
I'm thinking
So,
they were very small compared
okay,
to the
so watch
people
this.
that
So
they were
watch this.
next to.
So do
So
you
I
think
don't think they were the size of
okay.
grasshoppers.
Okay, so you think
Okay.
5 okay, so you think 5 feet is short?
No. See, this is your
Hold on, I'm
feelings.
just asking you a
I'm
question.
talking about these
I'm
are your
I'm
feelings.
I'm
I don't
asking
need to
you a
worry about what I
question.
think. I
No, I'm
don't think
asking
it's
you
not
a
about what
question.
you're literally
Hold on, you just
asking
tried to
me.
put a whole thing on me that I never said. That's why I want you to listen and then go back and study. Because this is gonna be
No,
real
you go
easy.
back and study,
This
Yara.
gonna be
You
real
go back and
easy. This
study.
gonna be
You
real
go back
easy.
and study.
Listen, this is gonna be real easy.
No, it's not. No, the point
I
is before you talk, let me
You
say this.
can't shut up.
No, I'm not. I gotta say this. Do you notice that he asked me, and we can start getting disrespectful. I'm ready for it.
You
You know
just
that I'm
not gonna
always good
shut
at beating
up.
your butt.
So no,
It's
I don't
real
have to
easy.
shut up. You're disrespectful. You're rude and you're nasty because
Okay,
you're
we
cut.
know that. So
Look at
answer
this
my
is the thing,
question.
Yara. I just want you to mute out for 1 second. This is the thing. Did you notice what he said? When he asked me, I'm looking at the actual text. I'm looking at the context of the actual written word in there. I'm looking at the context. And he's saying, well, what do you think? Do you feel like it's 5 feet tall? That's his problem, everybody. He's trying to look at what he thinks that would be small as a grasshopper instead of just looking at the text like a non-believer or whatever, saying, oh, this is ridiculous. These people were like so tiny compared to these other people that then this is because his logical mind won't let him do it. He's saying, how could somebody be so big? There's no such thing as that. So then he starts saying, well, what do you think it is? Were they 5 feet tall? I don't need to worry about what I think. The text says that they were so big that they felt like they were grasshoppers to them. Now, I don't think they were literally the size of grasshoppers, but they were so small to these guys who are referred to in other parts of the Bible as giants as well. Goliath, they were referred to as giants in Genesis chapter 6. So I'm in this part of the Bible, and here these guys again, here are the same guys who are called giants all over the Bible. These guys are like, we're so damn scared of them. We're like grasshoppers to these dudes. But you're like, oh, they were just a little bit taller. What do you think? Oh, they were 5 feet compared to 8 feet? No, I think just like the Bible says, they were giants literally to these people. Now, you can come in and explain with what you've been doing. No, I want to hand it back to him because I took it. Because he's always like, you got to.
She's not gonna ever shut up.
I'm not gonna. No, because I want people to see what you're doing. What you do, Yara, is you get disrespectful.
I'm going
Yara,
to
you
beat
get
you up.
disrespectful.
I'm gonna
You get
beat you up.
disrespectful.
Because
Okay,
all
you
you had
get
to do was just let me finish.
Yara, this is the problem. You're a believer and you want to seem like you're not. You're a believer and you don't want to just say, oh, this is ridiculous in the Bible.
No, I'm a believer in the Bible. I just know how to believe it.
You want to sit with somebody like a scientist.
No, I know how to believe it. You just don't know how to believe it.
This is the thing, Yara. Go ahead and explain it with your feelings.
Jesus
but
Christ.
The text says, you and Zion, that they were giants to the people. It literally
we can
says,
read.
I know you're cut. I would have handed it over to you.
This is kind of stupid.
You don't have to talk. The reason I'm still talking is because you keep on cheerleading when I'm talking. Yara.
Why don't you just let me finish and shut up?
Zion read something. I'm not going to shut up. I don't care who says shut up. Why don't you shut up? Hey, I could always mute you. Zion.
That's what a woman would do.
It said, what did you say about women?
That's what a woman would do in her feelings.
You know what? You're talking about women and sex and being disrespectful.
This isn't about sex.
You're showing that you're disrespectful and unprofessional. First, you attacked me and told me to shut up. Then you start talking about my gender. This shows that you're not on a scholarly level that you pretend to be, saying, go do more research.
How would you know?
You go right into you go right into talking about people's gender, talking about people in a disparaging way, telling people to shut up. Let me say this again, Yara. You're not some professor sitting on a fucking bema. You are a believer. And when it comes to shit that you don't understand, when it comes to stuff that you don't understand, and you'll look silly agreeing with it, you want to come in and say people need to do more research. Why don't you explain to us why it literally says tall in stature? And don't come in saying, was it 5 feet compared to 6 feet? It says they felt like grasshoppers next to them. Now you come on in with your disrespectful self and you explain it to us.
No, Paul, can I add something to that?
Hold on before somebody starts running.
I need them to come in and try to pretend that you're actually scholarly without getting personal.
So Nepal, I told you don't study, and all you gotta do is study. If you go to Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 11,
Deuteronomy?
It tells
did you say Deuteronomy or Deuteronomy? What did you say?
If you heard what I said, all you gotta do is go to Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 11, and it's gonna tell you the size of the king of Bashan, whose name was Og, right? He was the leader of the king of the Anakim, and it tells you what his bed size was. His bed size was about 9 cubits, which is about 13 feet. That doesn't mean he was 13 feet tall. That just says he had a large bed.
Can you
So when
get
it
to
talks,
Numbers 33
no,
already?
listen to what I'm telling you. That is the king of the
Yeah.
giants.
Okay. Can you go
Do
to
you
Numbers
understand that?
33?
Listen
No,
to what
but
I'm telling
he's
you.
the king of the Anunnaki or the Anak are not the same land as king of Bashan. That's not even the same land. See, I know the scripture. You're pretending. I don't want to go have to show you that you don't know what you're talking about again. That's a whole different land when they wanted to cross through. I'm talking about Numbers 33 when they went to spy out the land. Tell us why they're saying they're so tall that they're terrified to fight them. And these are fierce warriors, by the way. See, the context is that these Israelite guys are such fierce warriors. But when they went over there to look at these guys, they said, there's no way in hell we're going to fight them. They're giants. We're like grasshoppers to these guys. Okay, so tell us why, when Zion pulled it, he said it's literally tall in stature. And tell us how you're going to explain that away to us.
I
Go
wasn't
ahead.
done. You only heard one part. Don't do
Go
that.
ahead,
Hold on.
You
Yara.
only heard
Go ahead, Yara.
shot. You
Yeah,
you
like
didn't hear
she
the whole
like
entire
Go
yeah,
ahead,
part.
like
Yara. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
don't do
Yara.
that. That's misunderstanding
No,
what I
you're
said.
not. You're talking out of turn, Zion.
But I haven't. But you
Yeah,
just
Zion. Go ahead.
yeah.
Let's hear Yara.
First of all,
this is crazy.
let me correct you again. First of all,
Are you getting Numbers
Og
33?
Og was
No.
the king of the Anakim.
No. I'm
So
saying
first
it's
of
a
all,
different
these
land.
is
It's a different
Brother
land.
Cedric,
stop.
before you
Just
go
It's
in,
a
stop.
different
Yara,
land.
I
Okay.
need to check out the
Yeah,
part.
Yeah. Let me
let him
let you.
check out.
Sorry, you want to close out because it's just at the end of the day. I'm gonna let Cedric close out. Cedric came in and showed science, and again, like I said, I subscribe to a lot of the Bible. He showed science. He said, "No, cut and dry. This is not right. It's mythological." He didn't even start talking about anything else. But Yara came in and tried to agree with them. But Yara's a Bible believer.
I am a
What is
Bible
it?
believer. I
Yeah,
just know
so
how
if
to
you're a
believe
Bible
it.
believer,
I know how
Yara,
to believe it,
I'm gonna
which is
let
different
him
than
close
you.
out. I know. I'm gonna let him close out. No, I
Um,
don't. You
I
first off, you don't even know
appreciate
if I wait. Hold on, Cedric. You don't know if I believe in that story.
Let him close. I don't care what you
I
believe
don't.
in.
You don't know. You don't know if I believe in that story, Yara. I didn't say I believe in it or if I don't.
Could
I
I
could
ask
or I
one
could not.
question?
The point is, everything that comes up tonight, you're being so soft and noodle back with Cedric. You're not even standing on your square. You're like, oh, I believe it too, Cedric. I don't. Where's your pushback? You're such a Bible apologist, but everything that comes up, you have a scientific answer for it. I'm looking for some fire from some of you. That's the real problem with me. So go ahead, Cedric. I'll let you close out, and then I'll let them get back in here. Thanks for doing your presentation.
I appreciate the opportunity. Yes, I am. I'm always listening. I'm always in the chat, and I heard the discussion and how it digressed into whether dragons were real or not. So I appreciate the opportunity to come and clear that up. Let me state emphatically. Dragons are mythological creatures, like my good brother also attested to, which only affirmed everything I said. In the East, they are seen as deities, benevolent, and have control over weather and etc. Right? They are benevolent. In the West, they are considered fire-breathing, destruction, hoarding of gold and jewels, etc. And very symbolic of a time in when the authorities or the powers to be suppress the rest of the population. They have a root in mythology and in folklore, but they do not have a foundation in science, in history, or in anything that has to do with nature. Dinosaurs are real, dragons are mythological. With that, thank you and good night.
Thank you so much, Cedric. We'll see you again soon. All right. So thank you for the presentation. You guys, please go check Cedric out in all the debate circuits. But this is the toughest environment to be in. And this is the premier debate coliseum. So Cedric will be coming over here. Maybe someday you'll get some smoke. It doesn't look like you're getting any smoke tonight. So have a great evening, Cedric.
Thank you.
We'll see you later, Pseudo Killers. Cedric just came in. Now back to, I'm going to hand this back over here to
Can I say something real quick?
how am I? You're going to get banned. Nobody's
I
a
don't give
hater.
a I don't give a
I'm not
damn about
talking to
this
you.
platform.
I'm not. Boy, I'm not talking to you.
You better not be talking to me.
I'm talking to somebody in the chat. Can you
Okay,
relax?
make it clear.
I'm talking to somebody talking about Nepal's a hater. So why would I say you're going to get banned?
You
Calm
better
down.
not.
All right.
Get it
Oh
together.
my God. You always do this. It's weird. I don't know why you always. Okay. Go ahead and
Can I
explain
say real
without
quick?
saying anything about me. Explain Numbers 33, please.
Okay,
Yara.
Numbers 33 again is only talking about the giants who they're referring to as the children of Anakim. The way that we know what size they or what size they could be is that it gives us a dimension of how tall these people would have been, right? And that goes back to Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 11, when it tells us the size of the bed of the king of Bashan, which was the king of the Anakim, the same giants that are being referred to in the verse that you read, Nepal. And it tells us that his bed was 9 cubits and something, and a little bit over there, something like that, which is about 12 or 13 feet. So long. So we know that these aren't talking about giants the size of buildings or the giants the size of trees and different things like that. It's not talking about that. We know there are people, that are tribes that exist in Africa where people have been measured to be nine, almost 10 feet tall. We have pictures of these people. So if you want to say, looking at the Bible scripture, oh yeah, they said they were tall in stature and we were like grasshoppers. Would you think they were like 3 feet tall? No, these people were like maybe 5 feet, 5.5 feet, the average size of a man, 5.5 feet, 5'6". Maybe some of them could have been 6 feet. These Israelites would have been, but they were looking at people who were 10, 11, maybe even 13 feet tall, possibly. But that's about it. We're not talking about these mythical medieval giants that that these English words have been taken and given us imagery for that did not exist in the book. And we don't have to guess in it. And why would I push back against the truth? If Cedric is telling the truth, I'm going to agree with it. Whether you think the Bible or not is giving us something mythological when I'm telling you that it is not. That's why I say I am a believer in the Bible. I just know how to believe it.
Okay, thank you. Zion, did you want to
Yeah, I
respond?
want to go on one closing rant.
If
You know
you're
what I'm
talking apologies, all I see is your thing moving.
saying? If you don't mind.
Oh, you can't hear me. Can you hear me, Zion?
I can hear you.
I think Yara can't
You can
hear
hear me,
us.
Cedric?
Can you hear me, Yara?
Yeah, I
Cedric
can hear
left
you.
already.
I can hear Nepal.
You can't hear her? She's
Nope.
talking. Okay.
No,
She
I can hear
can't.
her.
Okay. I'm gonna have
Oh,
to-
well, that might be on your end. You could hear me earlier.
I can hear it all. I'm gonna go out.
All right.
Okay, so go ahead, Zion.
So let me fly real quick. So once again, you know what I'm saying, I brought forth what R.I.S.E is, and that this is a practice. R.I.S.E is basically a acronym for 4 or 5, you know what I'm saying, different ways of interpreting scripture. And this is the common, you know what I'm saying, theological thinking when anybody reads scripture. Now, the one that I brought forth that Sister Nepal is speaking of, you know what I'm saying, is the pashat. Pashat is the plain surface meaning, right? And then you get down to 2, remez is the hints, linguistic cues, symbolic echoes, you know what I'm saying? 3, darash, comparative, narrative, legal, and cultural interpretation. And then Sod, mystical, esoteric, Kabbalistic interpretation. So getting down to this, once again, this is not just me. This is rabbi commentators, right? So Rabbi David Sedley, you know what I'm saying, Times of the Israel blog on giants, Sedley argues that the Torah references to giants, especially Og, are not literal descriptions of size, but literal devices teaching moral lessons. He emphasizes that the Torah never actually describes Og's height, only his bed, and that the giant language is symbolic. Rabbi Avi Ballet also agrees with that. Rabbi Yehuda Serpent Chabad You know what I'm saying? Kabbalah.org article on the Nephilim. Rabbi Serpent presents multiple interpretations and highlights that make classical sources reject the idea of literal giants. Here, Rabbi Abraham Ezra. So here's all your Jews. Rabbi Shmuel ben Meir also disagrees with it being literal, right? So let's go down to some black authors, right, or scholars. Well, here's one who's just he's a white guy, but he's Michael Heisner, but he's influenced on the black scholars, right? And I'm listing only because black theologians engage this work, right? Dr. Kane Hopefelder, right? New Testament scholar, Howard University, Relevance, argued that the biblical giants and mythological beings should be read through ancient Near Eastern literary conventions, not literal biology. He emphasizes that African, I'm not just going to read from the Bible and give you my interpretation. I'm going to give you...
Because you said Michael Heiser, right?
Yeah, he disagrees with that. So Dr. Wilda C. Gaffney, a womanist Hebrew Bible scholar, Gaffney interprets Nephilim and the Raphaim as mythic archetypes, not literal beings. And then going down, let's get here, Numbers 33, what it actually means. Actually supports my argument. The travel log, the legal historical itinerary listing every place Israel camped from Egypt to the plains of Moab. It's basically the Torah's official record of the journey. There are no Nephilim or Anakim or Raphaim, no giant or clans. But why this matters for the giants, Numbers 13, the spy report is where the giants appear. But Numbers 33, the actual historical itinerary, does not mention giants at all. 20-foot beings, right? Supernatural hybrids because of the land truly contained. Because if the land, 20-foot beings, you would expect official travel records. You know what I'm saying that. What this implies, you know what I'm saying? The giants' language in Numbers 13 is rhetorical, not biological. It shows a real history. Numbers 13, persecution under fear, factual itinerary. In fact, God actually gets mad at them for calling themselves crickets and saying that and punishes them for exaggerating. So let's not exaggerate. This is why I don't want to exaggerate. I want to read it from all angles, and I'm going to look at how the biblical theologians look at scriptural texts. I'm not just coming off of the top of my head and saying, well, I don't want to argue with the science man. You know what I'm saying? No, this is how the rabbis are doing it. This is how black theologians are doing it. And they're saying that it's not literal. So that's what I'm going to rock with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to source up and shut up.
Yeah. Okay. Loud doesn't make you right. Are you done?
The sources.
Okay. Let me let everybody see all of that. He said Rephaim. Remember, he brought up you referenced the Rephaim, right? You keep saying the Jewish rabbis. You keep on referencing the Rephaim, correct?
I named them though.
Yeah.
You
didn't.
I didn't name them all either. That's not even all of them. I'd have been here today.
Sir. I'm asking you again. It's so simple. Did you reference them as Rephaim, correct? You scared of something?
The sources reference them.
As Rephaim. As Rephaim. I can't pull it out. It's
Nephilim, Raphaim. They name them both. They didn't just say Raphaim.
Okay, but let me ask you again.
Nephilim. They also brought up the come on now, Anakim. They even showed that means long neck, or you know what I'm saying.
Why are you going into another diatribe?
I'm answering your question clearly.
You're not answering my question. Hey, why are you? You just talked a long time, so I'm trying to ask you because I'm getting ready to show everybody. Yeah, they're the Anakim, they're the Nephilim, and they're the Rephaim. And when you keep talking about the Jewish rabbis. And they are saying, you're saying that the Jewish rabbis don't say that they were tall in stature giants. That's what you're trying to assert.
I'm saying that.
Let's look at some information. That's all we got to do. You know, you rambled off. You didn't really get sources. You said you rambled off of some commentary. I'm going to show. First off, we can go to the Jewish, this particular right here, Jewish Virtual Library. People like to go to Google. I don't want to do that disservice, but I will. A quick Google search for anybody. If you put in Rephaim, Rephaim, and ask what the Jewish rabbis and Jewish literature says about them, it'll tell you that it's referring to giants. Giants, y'all. But don't take my word for it. Let's go to this particular piece of literature. The Jewish rabbi definition of Rephaim. Wait, let me get this one, the virtual library. Let's go to this one right here. I think Zion fell out and I'm putting back in. I didn't kick you out. You fell off. And I don't know what happened to Yara. So, okay. Let's look at this right here. Okay. This is just information about, this is Judaica. So these are the Jewish people, the rabbis. This is their definition and what they know as a Rephaim. I don't know what rabbis you were quoting that said, oh, these aren't giants. I'm sure you can find a couple people who want to say that they weren't giants, but the consensus, the general consensus amongst rabbis is that those were giants. Rephaim, did I add it? Let me add this. Okay, let's just read it. Rephaim. The Rephaim are known from biblical, Ugaritic, and Phoenician sources. In the Bible, two uses of the term are discernible. The first is gentilic, referring to a people distinguished by their enormous stature. Since you like to yell, I'm going to read that again. Rephaim, all that stuff he was reading everybody about the Jews, this and the Jewish rabbis, the Jews, the consensus. I know you're cut. Please.
No, that was an ad hoc.
This is when people start talking over me, y'all.
No, I'm just saying that was an ad hoc.
This is when people start talking over me, y'all.
Yeah.
This is when they start, and then I get called a woman because they start. This is when they start jumping in, y'all. Rephaim, which are also the Anakim, which are also the Nephilim. See, these are considered the ones that actually like they blended with the angels and the humans, and then they died and their souls existed. This is the same type. This is the same concept. Rephaim are known from biblical, Ugaritic, and Phoenician sources. In the Bible, two uses of the term are discernible. The first is gentilic, referring to a people distinguished by their enormous stature. Especially singled out are Og, king of Bashan, and the powerful adversaries of David's heroes. That would be Goliath. The biblical authors trace their designation to an apparently human eponym, Rapha. That means a human name. The Bible's emphasis on the size, not how much money they have and land they own. The size and the strength, which is might, of the Rephaim is responsible for the Septuagint's rendering gigantes, which is giants, and titanes, which is titans, as well as for gabar, which is strength in Hebrew, of the Peshitta. I think that's what you were just trying to reference, the Peshitta, right? The Gabaraya,
no, that's
the
not
Targum. It. Okay, well, whatever. The Genesis Apocryphon, on the other hand, prefers the non-committal Repha and Aya. I could keep reading this because it goes on to talk about them, go into the symbolism like shades, spirits, but they were literally considered gigantic people. Enormous is the word they used. Enormous. So, and those are Jews. Those are rabbis. Okay? Now, we're trying to be real smart, but we're looking silly. I'm going to let you respond to that. I'm going to let you talk to us why you said Jewish people don't say that they are giants, but we clearly see that the rabbis, the consensus, not some fringe guy that's trying to stand and walk the line and do the tightrope act like you and Yara are. The consensus of the Jewish rabbis say that they were giants. Go ahead. You're drowning. Here's a life. I'm going to throw you a lifesaver. Grab it. See if you can swim back to the shore. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Zion.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Zion.
Yeah, that was great. You know what I'm saying? I like the puffery. Old bag's bed, Deuteronomy 3, you know what I'm saying, 13.
You're not going to address anything that I just
No, I'm going to read. Right? I'm going to read sources because this is
no. I don't care if people say that I interrupt. I'm going to interrupt. You know why, y'all? Because what we're going to do when I said stand on it,
So I can't read the sources?
I just showed you conflicting information of all that stuff you read.
That doesn't
I want you
matter.
to address it. No, it does
I
matter.
am
because you
going to
came in.
address it. I'm going to address it.
Y'all, hold on. Don't unmute. Don't unmute.
Wow.
Y'all. No, I'm going to give it back to you. But what you're not going to do, you're not going to do the electric boogaloo to some other part of the dance floor.
I'm showing you.
How you gonna tell him how to answer though?
Because this is how, ladies. Hey, ladies, this is how I'm going to do it. You're going to stand on it. You were in here talking all with that hot air. Why did he tell us the Rephaim aren't giants? And then that the Jewish says they're not giants. But we just saw that the Jewish people said they're giants. Go ahead. He fell off. Maybe he'll come back. He just said a bunch of stuff to us about how the Jewish guys said they're not giants and they're not this. And Aga Bashan, it talked about Goliath in the Judaica definition. It talked about David and Goliath. It talked about Aga Bashan. They're giants. It says enormous stature. It didn't say symbolically. Go ahead. When he'll come back.
No, Pa. We know that the text is rendered giants, but you're simply because it says giants or enormous stature doesn't mean that these were mythical giants that we see in medieval times and 3, 5, 4 from here. Jack and the Beanstalk giants. It doesn't give us that. So again,
what are you talking about?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm getting ready to explain.
Can you address the text?
I'm getting ready. Don't tell me how to answer. I'm getting ready to explain.
Enormous in size.
I'm getting ready to explain.
Let me put it back on the screen while they talk.
Here we go.
While they pop lock and they do the kid and play. Let him get back in here so they can do the kid and play.
I smell fear of men.
I'm not fear. What is the men? What is with your gender?
Because you can't shut up. Because
Why are you so sexist?
Because I am, and I don't have to be apologetic about it either.
Nobody said apologize, but do me a favor. If you're on a show with me,
so all I'm saying is,
if you're on a show with me, do yourself a favor and stop bringing up gender. We're talking about the Bible. No, let him get back in here. Go ahead, Meter. Let Meter talk again.
You can't tell me
how
to
answer.
Meter.
I didn't tell you how to answer, but you're going to stop talking about my gender.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Or you could just go fuck off.
Okay, so can you. I don't care about
this is my show. This is my show.
Why is your show?
Go ahead, Meter. What do you want to say? Yes, so show some respect. Go ahead.
I don't subscribe.
I don't feel like getting personal tonight.
I don't subscribe to no religion. And the topic was about dragons, and I did a little research quick on the topic about dragons, and dragons appeared in the Bible because I read the Bible. I did.
Why are you bringing up dragons right now? We're talking about the giants.
Wait. So once I said my little whatever I had to say, it's always a response of, oh, you're reading it wrong. So when the Bible is speaking about giants, and I ain't know if the scriptures, the people that was describing giants was being sarcastic of, oh, we is like grasshoppers to them, and there are giants, And then here come the Bible scholars saying, oh, no. It was just many cubic feet and the bed and this and that. How come you just can't take the scripture for what it say? If it say giants, that's a giant. That's like when the sons of God came down and took earthly women and had babies and everything with them. What did they have? Giants. So this is gonna get me all mixed up because every time, like when you showing sources and stuff like that to hit them where it hurt, oh, here comes something else, and then here come the insults and stuff like that.
Always talking about women.
Oh, shut up. Women talk too much.
Listen, you know what you are. Hey, thank you, Meter. Jara, that's why you're lonely.
Hey, I'm not lonely.
I'm
not lonely.
Go ahead, Meter. We can't hear him. You're talking over him.
This is the crazy thing about it is because once you show sources and things like that, you don't have nothing to contest with it, but just with insult. You know, come on, man, be real with it. If you gonna be a teacher, teach. Don't try to bully somebody of what they showing and what, you know what I'm saying, they trying to correct you about. But y'all know everything about the
Hey,
Bible.
shut
Well,
up, fat boy. Hey,
man,
no
Wow.
problem.
Don't even reply. Hey, what is
Let's
wrong
have the
with you?
conversation. Let's have a
You're
question.
so immature. And you
Let
want to
me
be
ask you a
respected as a
question. Let me ask you.
Meter, hold on, Meter. Yara, you want people to
I
respect you
don't
as a
want any.
scholar, and you're like, you telling people what they have to study still. But look how I thought you were talking about how people behave on panels when you were talking to me one day. You're like, I don't act like that anymore. It looks like you still
I'm
have
glad you
some
listened
things
to
to
me.
work on. No, I'm saying you need to take your own advice, like
No,
calling
I
him
don't, because I don't
fat and
care.
calling, but you should care because you
I
want people to listen
don't.
to what you have to say, right?
I
Why
don't.
don't you just address the information? Address the
Okay,
information, y'all.
I'm about to ask you a question.
Oh,
Right?
I don't want to answer any of your questions. Just
I'm about
address
to
the
ask you. I'm
information.
about to ask you a question. You don't even have to answer. Right?
Oh,
What
I'm
you're
sure we
reading,
can
you
find.
don't.
I'm sure.
You just
Go
said you
ahead.
don't have to
Go
answer.
ahead.
You don't have
No,
to
go
answer.
ahead. Yeah, I don't want to
You're
because
reading
you're
about the
disrespectful.
Raphaim. You're reading about the Raphaim. You're reading about the Anakim. You're reading about the Nephilim, right? And the information you just brought out, it tells you that these are all the same group of people that supposedly are living during this time. If you believe the Bible as it says, right? If you understand it correctly, the Bible, prior to these verses you're bringing out, tells us that the Most High destroyed the earth and all the living except for Noah and his family. The Nephilim was living during the time that before the flood happened. So how does the Nephilim and its seed get to these verses if it's talking about these things literally?
can
This
I
is
answer
why
that,
the
please?
Bible has to be understood in its proper context.
Then the proper
That's
context.
simple.
What
The
about the
proper
cubic feet
context
that
is
you
if you
just
agree
talking
with
about?
what the Bible, if
How
you
many
think you're
cubic feet was
understanding
the
the
flood?
Bible, brother, then the
How many
Bible
cubic feet
would
was the
have to
flood?
make you say that the Nephilim couldn't exist if the Most High destroyed the earth and every living thing in it during the time of the flood, except for Noah and his
Well,
family.
well, the
And they
cubic feet,
repopulated the earth. That would
one
have
cubic
to
is a foot and
include,
a half.
because that would have to include the Nephilim would have had to be destroyed.
Hey,
So how does their seed, hold on, how
one
does their
cubic is a
seed
foot and a half.
survive the flood if the Most High says he destroyed everything on the earth except for Noah and his family? I'm telling you guys, it's not talking about these mythical giants.
No,
So
you're talking about mythical giants. We're
how many
saying
No, I'm
cubic
the
not
feet?
talking
scripture.
about mythical
Just a
giants.
second, meter. You keep saying mythical giants. We're just talking about what the scripture and what the definition is, and it says
Okay,
it says
so how does the
enormous men of
Nephilim
enormous.
survive?
It says men of enormous size. Okay,
Right,
you
how does
haven't
the
addressed. Why
Nephilim
don't you address
survive,
that?
though,
Hey,
is what
why
I'm
don't you address that?
asking. How does the
Instead of
Nephilim
asking,
survive the flood then?
okay, let me ask you a question. Why don't you, instead of asking us questions, address the actual definition of the word and of what they are, which says men of enormous stature and size? Why don't
Yeah,
you address that?
I did already
No,
earlier
just
about
tell
an
us,
hour
why is it
ago.
saying that they're of enormous size?
Because listen, I just told you how they measured it. It's in the Bible. It
Okay,
tells you how they
There you
measured it.
go.
From the tip
In
of a man's
Genesis,
fingers to the bend of his elbow. That's how they
it's a
measured
foot
one
it's a
cubit.
foot and a half. A cubic is a foot and a half.
Okay.
In Genesis, how much water really flooded the earth? Go in there and look and see how much water that was.
Exactly.
It wasn't
It,
it
it
wasn't it wasn't a lot of water to flood the earth.
hey dude,
So let,
stop
let
it, bro. Stop it. Stop it.
you
The
oh my
Bible says the earth flooded, it rained and it flooded,
no,
and the springs from the underneath the earth flooded, came up from the bottom,
storm
and it rained.
today. How
To
many
listen,
cubic feet
listen,
in
at
Genesis?
least
How many
we
cubic
know
feet?
that it covered the Ararat, the region of
Oh,
the Ararat
now you
Mountains.
gonna make that up too. How many
The-
cubic feet? How many cubic feet that
listen to
the
what I'm
water was
saying.
flooded?
It
Read it,
tells
you
us
can
that it
see.
covered, listen, it tells us that it covered the Ararat Mountains. Do you hear
Hey,
that?
man, what?
No, listen to
Oh,
me. No, just
in the
listen.
Bible, you the
Yes, it's in
scholar,
the Bible. Hey,
you the
bro,
Bible
listen.
scholar.
Hey,
Go
bro,
into
I'm telling you, it
the
doesn't
and
tell.
see.
Listen, listen.
Oh my God,
Hey,
you don't
bro,
want to
this
do that.
is, hey, bro, this is simple, bro. If you shut up, it
No, you
tells us
shut
that the
up.
flood waters, listen, we know that the flood waters at least exceeded parts of the region of land of the Ararat Mountains. Do you know what a
Man,
mountain is?
oh my man, dude, you act like you acting dumb.
No, I'm asking, no, listen. Do you know what a mountain is?
I know what a mountain is. Do you know what
Okay,
a cubic feet? Do you know what a
listen,
cubic
brother. The
feet
story in
is?
Genesis said that the waters of Noah's flood, when it rested, that the boat Noah's Ark landed in the region of the Ararat Mountains on a mountain
So
plateau.
in Genesis,
So
did
we
y'all
know
get
that the waters were
right in the waters that motion?
listen, brother, were more than 50 feet. We know that the waters in the plain were more than 50 feet.
You just greedy as fuck.
So this is what I'm
Okay.
telling you, fat boy.
All
It's
right.
not.
Anyway, you're disrespectful to say that, but of course you think it's cute. I don't know why. But let me read this to everybody.
No,
Now
but
we got Yara.
if we go
Yara,
into the
if you
Bible, it'll say that cubic feet is there.
meter. We can't even
He
hear
a
you anyway.
scholar and he acting
Meter, we can't
stupid
even
and
hear
dumb.
you anyway. Your mic is all muffled. Can you hold on a second, please, brother? All right. So everybody, we got Yara's feelings. Zion left because I guess he felt like he was embarrassed because I showed that he was wrong. They're both of them are my brothers. I even though Yara is highly disrespectful, but we know how he is. They're my.
Shut up,
I don't have
Lepard.
any.
Read.
It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing personal. I don't even have to get. I don't feel like doing all that tonight with you, Yara. So I'm gonna stick
Just
with the
read.
information. I'm gonna stick with the information. Okay, so they gave us their feelings. Everybody, peace is sent to Phoenix. By the way, now let's go to more Jewish because Zion put his foot in his mouth trying to talk about the Jewish this and the Jewish that. Let's see what the Jewish Encyclopedia says about the Anakim. Remember the Anakim and the Rephaim and the Nephilim are all, they kind of like are interchangeable. Okay. They're the same. They come from basically, they are, or they come from the mating of angels and humans. Okay, what we would call angels, non-human beings, basically, and humans. So let's look at the Jewish Encyclopedia. Don't you guys love it how I can just do this without being in my feelings about it
You
and
only
trying
doing
to
this because you're
insert
in
my
your
own
feelings.
interpretation, but you
About to
keep on
put your
talking
foot in your
about
mouth.
women. You keep talking about women, but you're unruly. So I guess women have
Yeah,
more
men
discipline
are
after all.
unruly.
No, you're unruly. Jewish Encyclopedia, Anakim. This is the Jewish Encyclopedia, not the not Meso Street Bible apologetics or Zion's debate smusherhead apologetics. This is the Jewish information. Biblical data by Crawford Howell Toy, Kaufman Kohler. Okay. A pre-Canaanite tribe dwelling in the hill country of Judah and in the Philistine plain. 3 clans are mentioned: Sheshai, Iman, and Talmai, or Talmai. These names seem, from their form, to be Aramaic, but what this fact signifies is not clear. The Anakim are said to have been conquered by Caleb. This is the story we're referring to, everyone. Caleb and Joshua decided they would go fight them because everyone else was afraid because they were big. Now remember, we're sticking with the Jewish interpretation because Zion really wasted his time trying to come in here and tell us that Jewish rabbis don't see these as literal giants. And Yara is saying that the interpretation is not literal giants, saying go do more research. Let's see what these Jewish rabbis say. Actually, what Jewish people who study this say. Okay, so they received the territory. In Deuteronomy 11, the Anakim are called a branch of Rephaim. There it is.
which is perhaps a generic term. The Hebrew of Numbers 33, that's the one we're talking about, everybody, where they're looking like grasshoppers, classes them with the Nephilim. That's where Yahweh was trying to act like he knew and nobody else knew that Og of Bashan is also in this class of people. But Og of Bashan, those were not his particular clan of people in Numbers 33. But I digress. Back to the actual source. It says, class them with Nephilim. But the clause is not in the Greek and is probably a late gloss. In Judges, chapter 10, the conquest is ascribed to Judah. How far the Anakim had been absorbed by Canaanites and Philistines is uncertain. On the genealogy in Joshua 12 through 15 and 13, see Hebron, Kirjath, Arba. Okay, let's get down to the rabbinical. I hope you're still listening, my friend Zion. In the rabbinical and Hellenistic literature, according to rabbinical tradition, the Anakim are the same titanic, that's gigantic. That means big, huge, enormous. Titanic race as the Rephaim, Nephilim, Gibborim, Zamzumim, and Imim. The name, as though contained the element Anak, which means neck, is explained in the Midrash. The Midrash is the Jewish interpretation, the Jewish, when they expound on it, all the Jewish writing, basically, in layman terms. In the Midrash, as indicating that they wore, quote, neck chains heaped upon neck chains. Or that's what Zion was kind of trying to ramble through when he was reading all that mishmash that he didn't even half of it he didn't understand. Or as if from the verb to press, to force, that they seized the solar disk and cried, send us rain. So remember, they're supposed to be tall, right? They're so tall in this writing, it says they seized the solar disk and said, send us rain, or that they squeezed their heads into the sun, everybody. This is Rashi. You know Rashi, right? Zion out there, I don't know, you were bringing up all these different rabbis and talking about what they think, right? So let's keep reading. Of the three sons of Anak who filled the spies with awe and fear. Why did they fill them with awe and fear? Let's do contextual information here. Because of their gigantic stature. It's not an interpretation and symbolism like you guys say. And the Jewish people aren't on your side with this, Zion. Imon, Sheshai, and Talmai. The first is represented in Numbers. And then it goes on to say, it talks about all the different places you can find it, as challenging passerbys, saying, quote, whose brother will fight with me? Remember, that's Goliath when he was like, who wants to come against me? The second stood there, stole it as a block of marble. I think this might mean solid, but it says stole it as a block of marble. A play upon shesh, which means marble. And the third made deep furrows, a play upon telamim, which means furrows, in the soil with every step. The soil with every step, they're heavy people, which has somewhat different and possibly corrupt version. Then it tells you where to go see different writings. And when the spies saw these men towering upon the sky, looks like they're still saying they're actually gigantic, not the size of Shaq. And looking as if piercing the sun, they were afraid and said, we are not able to go up against these people, for they are stronger than he that is stronger than even the Lord himself. And that's why when you heard these two come out and say, oh, because God said later on, they weren't really that tall. Because after that, in that admonition, when the Most High is judging them, says, how dare you? They're not even that big compared to basically God is saying to them in Numbers 33, I'm God. I give you the most strength. Like, they're not big at all. How are you going to say they're big when I'm the one giving you the strength? That's the real interpretation of that. Let's keep going, because remember,
That's not what that just said.
He was talking about the Jewish rabbis of the
You made
size
that
of
up.
Anakim. You're so
But why did you
immature. Can
just
I
lie
finish?
right there,
No,
though?
no,
It
but
says
you're
stronger, not
I thought
giant.
you were a scholar. I thought you were a
It
scholar.
says
I'm almost done.
stronger,
I'm
though.
reading the source. I'm just reading the source. I know. Get back out of your street mode and get back into your Bible scholar mode. Of the size of Anakim, a midrash fragment, because he was going on and on about Jewish rabbis, found by Schechter in the Pentateuch commentary of the 13th century and published by him in the Semitic Studies in memory of Alexander Kohut. It gives the following description. Everyone, if you weren't listening to me before, please listen to me now. Remember, Zion was rambling on about what the Jewish people said they're not giants. Let's see what the Semitic Studies in memory of Alexander Kohut says about this on page 492. Quote, the daughter of Anak, that was the giant people that they're saying were like grasshoppers. Ready, y'all? The daughter of Anak had gone into her father's garden and taken a pomegranate, which she ate. Oh, by the way, sidebar. They even say in the verse, you guys, that their grapes were so big that it took like their grapes. I forgot what it's called when you, I used to know, like a bushel of grapes. It's not a bushel.
Cluster of grapes.
A cluster of grapes. Yes. Thank you. A cluster of grapes that got a bunch of people had to carry them. They were so big. So let's read what the Jewish rabbis say. The consensus of the Jewish rabbis, Zion. The daughters of Anak had gone into their father's garden and taken a pomegranate, which she ate, after having peeled off the skin and cast it aside. Then the 12 spies, 5 feet tall, the 12 spies came and seeing their father. So the guys that were the Israelites, y'all, saw the girl's giant father, and they were struck with fear and they hid themselves under the pomegranate skin that this one girl was just eating. But Yara's acting like it's Shaquille O'Neal compared to him. The 12 spies, 12 men hid under the peel of a pomegranate that she was eating. Oh, but the Jewish say they're just not really giants. Oh my God, you guys are getting your ass whipped right now. Then the 12 spies came seeing her father. They were struck with fear and hid themselves under the pomegranate skin, believing it to be a cave. They thought the peel of the fruit was a cave. The daughter of Anak, in the meantime, came back, seeing the pomegranate skin still lying there. She was afraid that her father might scold her for not being neat, for just leaving the peel there. She therefore took the pomegranate skin with the 12 spies hidden in there. So she's so big. He's saying she's only the size of Shaq, y'all, but she could pick up 12 men in the palm of her hand. With the 12 spies hidden therein and cast it out of the garden, noticing the weight added by the men no more than if the skin had been the shell of an egg. The legend bears a striking resemblance to the story of Giant's daughter, reprints in the Grimm's Kinder und Hamsmarken. And this is the bomb that I'm going to drop, because he was over here saying it's not like the mythical stories, Nepal. It's not like the mythical stories. The brothers Grimm's are literally the mythical story. And the Jewish people, the rabbis, are definitely comparing it to that. So they were gigantic ass people that could pick up, a girl could pick up 12 men in the palm of her hand.
How prideful?
According to the text, you don't have to believe it. You could be an atheist. But what this guy is doing and what Zion's doing is they're trying to insert their own beliefs and feelings, and they don't want to look silly like what we just read. A girl being able to pick up 12 guys in a pomegranate skin. We know pomegranates don't grow that big, but see, they want to pretend, oh no, that's not what the Bible is saying. See, the Bible is saying he's tall as Shaquille O'Neal. No, the Bible is saying they're big as a little girl can pick up 12 men in the palm of her hand, and they're not even as heavy as an eggshell. Let's see if he comes in and addresses the information, or if he gets personal, but he wants to talk about women. Go ahead, Go ahead, Yara. Sonetter is always on my mind because he's a king. I taught him, he taught me. All right, let's hear what he has to say. Let's see if he gets personal.
Well, y'all, he ain't taught either one of y'all don't know shit. So when you read the text, Nepal, that's why I kept saying all night, you don't listen, Cedric don't listen, or the
Oh,
roster
yes,
boy
be
that came in don't
personal.
listen. What I said was the problem with people who read the biblical text always keep equating it to medieval writings. You're reading a midrash from the medieval times. Do you understand that, Nepal?
Your
That's
buddy
why.
came in and used
Hold,
this. I only went to this information because Zion came in trying to use it. I really didn't have to use this. So maybe you should
okay,
have been
so can I
admonishing
finish
Zion.
without?
Maybe you should have admonished Zion. I want you to address this where the
I am
Jewish
addressing it.
rabbis
Can
are
I
saying
finish
they were
reading it?
giants.
Can I finish reading
Yeah.
it?
You're
I'm
talking
telling
about me
you.
though.
I'm telling you. Don't worry about it. That's my answer. I'm telling you what they're telling you right there. That fragment that was found was from the medieval times. That's why they equate it to around the same type of story that you read in Brothers Grimm, which I already told y'all that they equate it to like the giant fee fi fo fum and the Jack and the Beanstalk. That's the Brother Grimm story they're talking about.
Okay, and
I'm telling you, that's all that is mythology from the
and
medieval times. The
so the
actual
story's
biblical
mythology.
narrative, hold on,
So the story's mythology.
the actual biblical narrative does not give you that illusion. That only comes from writers of medieval times, of the medieval
Show
era.
it. Show us the source.
You just read it. It's right there. I'm going to read
No,
it for
you
you right
did
now.
this. No, we've read it
Hold
in the
on.
Bible.
Be
We
quiet.
read
I'm
it in the
reading it right
Bible. It
here.
said
Be
they were like
quiet.
grasshoppers.
Be quiet. I'm reading it right here. It says, it says of the size of the Anakin. This is from what you just read. A midrash fragment found by Schister in a Pentateuch commentary, number one, of the 13th century. The 13th century is the medieval era or medieval times.
What's your point?
And published, hold on, and published by him in Semitic Studies in memory of Alexander Koholt, page 492, gives us the following description. Who is Alexander Kohart Nepal?
According to Zion, Jewish rabbis don't say that these are giants.
I'm asking you, who in the source that you read, who is Alexander Kohart?
Again, according to Zion,
I'll
he
give you
says
some
that the
time
Jewish
to
rabbi.
Google
No,
it.
no, 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 no. You're what you're doing is break dancing right now.
I'm not
And we
breakdancing. I'm
we
telling
aren't
you what
looking.
you
We don't
just
got no
read.
money to give you in your hat.
I'm
We
telling you
want you
what you
to
just
tell
read
us.
is from the medieval
Yes.
times.
So guess
Period.
what?
That's where
Guess
those
what?
images come from.
The Bible says they were grasshoppers. Where does it say they're not? Show me. Because Yara, what
The Bible. So
the
hold
method
on.
apologetics?
Hold
Like
on.
who cares what you say?
Hold on.
Black
Who cares
stage
what you say?
apologetics.
So
Where does it
you're
say that
saying
they're not?
first of all, you're saying that the Bible is telling us that those Israelites thought they were the size of grasshoppers compared to these men?
Does the Bible say that?
No, it's not saying that.
I got to
What
get the
it does
verse.
is it's making a contrast.
You're lying.
You're lying because you don't know
No,
what you're
you just
talking
said it
about
doesn't say
and you
that.
never
You
do.
just said
No,
it
what
doesn't
I'm
say that.
telling you, the
You're
context
mad
of it
because I be beating you up all
the
the time.
context is that it's
No,
giving
I
a
see how he
comparison
doing it
in
without
contrast
history.
to size.
You lose
Okay.
all your
So when
debate.
you're talking about,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, right. So listen, I'm gonna explain this again
Go
for the
ahead.
people all the way in the back of the slow bus. It gives you how to measure these men by a cubit. There is
And
no
how
one
much
in
is
the
a cubic? What is a
Bible
cubic?
that's
In
measured a
inches and foot.
cubit above 10 or 13 feet. Nobody.
Where'd you get that? Where
Yeah.
did you get the measurement of a cubit from?
From ancient Kemet. That's how they did it. That's what a cubit is.
From ancient
A
Kemet.
cubic is
Yes.
a foot
So you
behind.
went. You wait. We can't understand you, meter. Your
That's
mic.
how we know what the
So
ancient, that's how we know that how they
nobody.
measure
Not
cubits.
you're saying. Wait. You keep talking about who is this guy? No Bibles. No Kemetic scholar or archaeologist or anthropologist went and got that information and gave it to you.
What you mean? If you study math for
Where
BTech,
did you get the
math
information
if
from?
you study, I'm gonna get ready to tell you. If you
Hey,
study
can y'all
Titus
hear me
Kennedy,
now?
Titus Kennedy talks about this as well. Titus
Got it.
Kennedy,
Titus Kennedy.
Titus Kennedy talks about a cubit. If you understand
Okay.
how they measured a cubit, anybody who's worth their weight in salt as a Bible scholar knows how a cubit was measured.
Of course,
You
we
know
know
what?
what you're saying. But
Take your
guess what? Guess
wonderful
what?
take your wonderful fingers and just Google yourself some information tonight,
Got it. Got it. No,
and
no.
it'll
You know
tell
what you
you
did? Hey,
exactly
Can you hear
how
Yara,
me
it
got
now?
it.
was done. That's why the
Can
Nina,
y'all
we
hear
Bible
can't
me?
uses
hear
the
your
term
mic. You
cubit.
with
Can
your
you hear me?
mic. Your mic is muffled. Your mic is muffled. We can't hear you at all. It's just sounding really muffled, brother. I don't know if you're close to it or what happened, but we can't hear you. Riara, you keep on talking about cubits and fairy tales. And let me ask you, the information that you're getting, you got it from somewhere, a scholar, correct? You got
No,
it from
it's in the
somewhere. You didn't do this.
Bible.
You didn't do this research yourself.
Yes, I
No,
did. It's in the Bible.
you didn't know the measurement of a cubit before you had to go and
It's
get extra
in the
biblical information.
Bible.
Yara, I don't want to put you in the back. When I'm saying this, I'm making it something clear. You didn't know what a cubit was until you got extra biblical information. You had to get it from a scholar or a scientist, somebody who told you this is what a cubit is according to our research. And you took it and you said, that makes sense, right? So I want you to do the same thing with this information that we just read from the Jewish Encyclopedia, where they're saying, because you keep saying it's a myth, it's 13th century, but they interpreted that according to the Bible. Zion was using the rabbis. He was using the midrash. He was using Jewish literature and their interpretation. So I want you to show us, explain why they're saying that they're giants. Besides saying, oh, it's mythical. We already know it's mythical.
Okay, so what's your argument?
The
What's your
whole Bible
argument?
has, hey, guess what? The whole Bible has fantastical, mythical information in it. It's in the Bible.
It's
It's
not
in the Bible.
mythical.
It's
not
in the
mythical. And
Bible.
I never said it was mythical. It's not
You said it's
mythical.
fairy tale.
I
What do
never
you?
said it was
That's
fairy tale.
mythical.
You're lying.
You didn't say the Brothers Grimm and the
From
Middle
your
Ages?
source is Brothers Grimm is a fairy tale.
Exactly.
That's from your
Stay right
source.
there. My source is matching the biblical text.
Oh, it's not.
I want you to show us something.
It's not matching the biblical
Okay,
text. It's matching
does
the
it?
midrash.
Give me somebody besides you.
Your source is
Okay.
matching the midrash
Where's your
commentary.
source?
Napa,
Where's your source?
Your source is matching the midrash from a 13th century medieval times
Great.
commentary.
Okay, right. Now, where's
That's why
your
you
source?
should have never read it, trying
Where's
to
your
prove him
source?
wrong.
Where's your source?
Right?
Hey, Nicole,
My
I
source.
read it because Zion came in here trying to talk about the
That's fine. That's
the Jewish
perfectly fine.
scholars.
That's
Where's your
perfectly
source?
fine.
Where's your source?
I'm getting ready to tell you a source. The source I'm gonna give you three.
Pull it up so we can read it.
Study,
No,
I'm on
pull
my
it up and
phone
let's
right
read
now.
it.
I'm on my phone.
You can
If
still
you
share it on your phone.
I can't on my phone. It won't let me do that on my phone.
Yeah,
But you can
can
look
give
it
me
up.
and
It's
I'll
real
look it up.
easy. You can look it up. It's real easy.
Do I
If
sound
you go
better?
to Douglas Petrovich, he talks about what a cubit is. If you go,
I'm
if
not
you look,
talking about a cubit. What are you talking about? We're at Numbers 33. Explain why they're
no,
saying they were scared of them, that they were giants and they were
because
small to them. Go ahead. Explain that.
listen, it's simple. They were taller than them. But the crux of the matter is what, and as a matter of fact, even the information you just read doesn't even use the term grasshopper. Did you notice that? It
Oh
tells
my
us what
God.
they meant by it. Let me finish. It says that what they meant when they said grasshoppers in the English translation, that they were saying that these people were stronger than them. But that's what the source you just read said. But I digress. But if you continue on, even if you go with they are taller than them, number one, you never answer my question. How does the Nephilim seed survive the flood? Number two, if you believe what the Bible says, what it says or not, you got to answer that question.
How did the
If you're saying
Nephilim survive the flood, you said?
yes,
Because they're
you
mythical
finna make it up.
creatures that they're not human. They're not human.
It
They're not
said
fully human.
nothing. It said
According to the
nothing.
Bible.
It
According to
said
the Bible, they
so.
weren't
Where did the
human.
Nephilim go that were on the earth before the flood? Where did they go?
No, you're asking me to tell you a bedtime story. I'm going with the actual literature.
Okay,
The
so the
Bible says
actual
they
literature
weren't
said that the
human.
Nephilim
The
was
Bible
there.
says they weren't human.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It says that they were angelic or spiritual beings
It
that
never said
mated
that they were
with
spiritual
human
beings.
women.
It
Yeah,
does not
yeah.
say that they were
It
spiritual
said that
beings.
they were giants.
It
I will
never
get
says that they were spiritual
okay. Now
beings.
let me pull this up. I got to give a source. I can't keep on.
You
I know
you
y'all
you
are sick
right.
of his feelings.
Because the
I'm
Bible
so
never
sick of your
says that they were
feelings.
the
Oh my
Nephilim.
God.
Hold
Here's
on.
the
The Bible
Rephaim. Here
the
they are.
Bible never says that the Nephilim were spiritual beings. It says that they
No,
were
no, I said the
angels.
angels that mated were spiritual beings. I didn't say they were. I said they were angels. They were half human. They were demigods, basically. They were half human and half non-human. They were half human and
the
half
the
non-human.
Nephilim were the
They
product
were
of these,
half
were the
human.
offspring of the angels that you say were angelic
Yes, I just
beings,
said
right?
that. I just said that they're
So
the offspring,
these
but
are
they were
God,
not
human. They weren't
son,
so
human.
the angels that it's
God is
referring
son.
to are not angelic beings or spirits. Spirits cannot
I
physically
didn't
have sex with
listen.
human
Whatever
flesh
you want to
and make a
call them,
baby,
they were
right?
non-human. Okay, stop
The Bible
trying.
doesn't
You're
say
not
that.
gonna
You're
get this.
making that up.
You always are wrong.
So
The
The
Bible
Bible
does say that
never
they weren't
says
human.
that. You're
perfect.
making
The
that
Bible
up.
does say they were the sons of God, and they were not
Okay,
human.
we are the sons of God.
No, not in that context. It said
Yes, it
mated with
is.
the no. Hey, hey. It's I'm gonna get you. You know why you're laughing? That's so immature.
If you
When you
study the
laugh,
book,
it's
if you
it. You
study
know
the
what that
book,
is. You
listen,
know
if
what
you
that is
study
when
the
you
book of
laugh.
Adam and
It's
Eve, if you
Oh my
study the
fucking
book of
God! You
Adam and
talk
Eve,
so
it will
much.
tell you that these
So
beings
y'all
that
right.
came down,
They,
Oh,
that they
all you
were
do is make
actually
shit up.
men.
All you do
the
is make
Bible
shit up.
don't
It's
say
You don't
the
read. I
Bible don't
told you.
say that
no,
the
you make
sons
shit
of
up. You
God
don't
came
Just
read.
down.
go read it. If
No,
you go read
you
the
don't.
book of Adam
I
and
can't
Eve, and
hear
it will
meter.
tell
Meter,
you.
what are you trying to say? Yara, you're pathetic. Every
Go.
time
So,
you're up
You're
here, you get your
so,
pathetic.
ass
You
beat.
can't
You
read.
get
You
your
don't
so
ass whipped
read.
every time.
Just go. Just
Yeah,
say
got
I'm.
it.
y'all
I
Just
can't
say
read.
I'm
Huh,
not
I can't
familiar
read.
with that. Just say I'm not familiar
y'all
with
Oh
right.
that.
my fucking
I'll go
God. Will
study
you
it
let
and
him
come back.
talk? You're
That's
so
what you gonna
irritating. Let
do.
him talk. You sound like
Other
an
than that,
auntie.
he can't even hear him. He's
Yara,
not even on the
Yara, can he
panel. He got to
talk?
go
Can
out
he
and come
talk?
back
Can he
in.
talk? Can
Y'all
he
right.
talk? Can
Is
he
he
talk,
Can you
talking?
hear
please?
me now?
Is he
Yeah,
talking?
take
Can you
your
hear me?
busted
Because all
ass
I hear is
half.
your big
Your
mouth.
take your CB
Can you
ass
hear me?
fucking radio. Go out and come back
You
in.
go out and
Stupid
come
ass.
back in. You go
Take
back
your
and come back
CB
in.
radio. Your fucking 10-4, good
So,
buddy. He's talking
so
to us on a
do,
goddamn CB. Go ahead, meter.
do, do the Bible not say the sons of God came down and took earthly women?
Yes,
Earthly
he's a
women.
liar, meter. He
But
lies.
then,
Look, we gotta get some help for
but
Yara. All he does
he,
is
he, he,
lie.
he's trying to
God.
do it with insult. He can't defend it, so he got to come with insult. And
Yeah, it's weird. And I
not
don't feel
only
like
that,
doing that
not only
tonight.
that. No, but if like you would speak, like, okay, as we hypothetically speak, as you taking a scripture hypothetically speaking, or okay, when do
Oh,
you
he's back.
decide?
Oh, you
I'm talking
gotta
about,
leave and come back
okay,
again, Yara. You fell off. I'm gonna let him
when
get. I'm gonna wrap this up because he's just.
hold on,
Can I
when
read the
do
scripture before he comes back, brother? Because he won't be quiet.
a,
Damn, it's like trying to cook make barbecue next to old wild hound dog jumping up on the table and like. Let me just read this. Okay, Genesis chapter 6 verse 4. Yeesh, God, it's so peaceful now. Okay, there were giants in the earth in those days. Let me see if you can see what I'm reading. Yes. Okay. There were giants in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of God, okay, watch this, came in unto the daughters of men. He said, I can't read, but this isn't even, I'm not even trying to be funny. This is a little sad because when you have a sentence, they're comparing two different groups. It says the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men. It doesn't say these human guys and those human women. It's actually making a distinction between two different groups, meaning that they're different beings. The sons of God. And then we got a lot of people, scared men out there teaching, oh, that means they were men of renown. And when I say scared men, I just remember my brother Zion said that Zion's not scared, but Zion said it means men of greatness. No, the sons of God are not men of greatness in the Bible. The sons of God are the Elohim. They approach the throne of God with Satan in Job chapter 1. They are the creator gods, the Elohim in the beginning. So the sons of God are not humans. These are not human beings according to in this context of this particular scripture. Not when Jesus says, aren't you sons of God? Because he tried to conflate it like the Bible says we're sons of God. Yeah, when Jesus is saying you can also be a God, like when they didn't want them to become gods in Genesis chapter 1 through 3. So this particular scripture is saying they literally were not human. They were not children of mankind. It says the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. And the same became mighty men, which were of old men of renown. That means men, and I can get it. This means they were the Rephaim, the Nephilim, the Anakim. They were the hybrid people. So they weren't humans. So he's asking all kinds of. Go ahead. I don't think he came back. Whatever. It's time to close it down. I want to read this right here.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
And would you say that's what brought on the flood because God was displeased with what was going on?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's what happened. And then he said, how did they survive? They survived because they weren't fully human. I mean, I don't want to get into all the fantastical stuff because again, they won't come out and just say, yeah, it's saying that they're giants. Yeah. They want to explain it all away in logic and like all scientific. No, you're not going to use the natural world. It's a book of mythology and fantastical beings. Okay.
But
that's what the Bible is doing. There are dragons in the Bible, real dragons. There are real giants.
He want to say what's myth when he want to say what's myth and what's real. Oh, well, no, that's just they really trying to say this. That's myth. You know, that's not supposed to be taken literal. You know,
right?
So
right.
That's why I respect how you take on your culture and your tradition because you see for what it is. You don't try to sugarcoat nothing. This is what it is. This is what it says. You don't have to go behind.
I'm going to say this, Meter. No, I'm going to, in honesty, I admit that I interpret the Bible the way I interpret it. I don't sit on a high horse like Yara and try to act like, oh, you don't study enough. No, Yara, this is your feelings and your schema. And it's okay if this is how you interpret it, but you're not going to go into the scripture and act like your interpretation, your eisegesis, your understanding is exactly what the literal text says. Can I say, yeah, there's some esoteric, something to this on beneath the surface? That's not what he's doing. What he's doing is trying to act like, oh, I'm Yara, I study everything, and oh, see, these aren't really giants, these just the size of a minute ball. Oh, of course, he's like Shaquille O'Neal. In the story, they are terrified of these guys. You think they're going to be terrified to fight some guy that's like a few feet taller than them? They were fierce warriors. Okay, so with that said,
debate, he loses every debate.
All right, Meter. We can't beat him up when he's not here. Let me just do that. I'm just kidding. But yeah, he was calling you fat boy and calling me, oh, you woman, shut up. Yara, thank you for coming in. You know, I know you have to do that when you're getting disagreed with, and I'm bringing information. Zion, thank you for coming in and letting me burst your entire piñata. Mr. Smusher, those are two great debaters, but whatever. At the end of the day, it's all good. Meter, thank you. You can go ahead and see your way out. I'm gonna close out.
All right.
And until next time, thank you, brother. Thank you. Sorry, you got to get your mic fixed, by the way.
Man, I got my earpiece in. It don't sound better.
No, it sounds like you're talking into a cup and a string. Like it really sounds like you're talking into a cup. Next time, don't use your earpiece.
All right, peace, brother. Enjoy your evening and your morning. All right, everybody. I want to say peace to my sister, Ascenta Phoenix. She says, Napak caught it. They're always trying to conflate different contexts to confuse people. Yes, and what the thing is, like, you know how I am, Ascenta Phoenix. I'll say, okay, Jesus is a serpent in the garden. I'll argue it down. I'll be like, nope, this is this. But what I don't do is be like, oh, that's exactly what the scholars are saying, and everybody knows that if you just study. Ha ha ha. Yara, you are sitting up here trying to act like you know everything, and you actually cannot address the text. And the text said that they were giant. They were enormous, that they were afraid of these gigantic people. Then Zion, y'all were up here doing, y'all ever done the chain reaction? Anybody that used to do pop locking? Okay, the chain reaction is when you stand in a line with the other pop lockers, and like a pop locker will do one move and you just don't move until they do the move again, and then you copy the move and then you just keep on doing it. It's like a chain reaction, right? So that's what they were doing up here. Yara and Zion were doing their pop lock chain reaction routine. But what happened was Zion tried to bring Jewish literature. He tried to bring Jewish rabbis and say no Jewish rabbi has said that those were giants. And we just saw that that's not true. And then Yara tried to come in and say, well, it's medieval. And okay, it's medieval, but it's still saying they are giants. Whatever the brothers Grimm are getting, they're getting it from the Bible. Okay? They didn't say, oh, this is something new that we're doing. They wrote about giants because the Bible writes about giants. Capiche? You understand? With that said, I just want to say thanks to Cedric for coming in. Thanks, everybody, sticking with us. Let me see what else my sister Santa Phoenix said. Napag, yeah, if that was a formal debate, you would have easily defeated both Zaya and Yara. Oh, Zaya talks about that too, huh? Thanks for your support. I always love when the sisters come in. Oh, speaking of the sisters, Santa Phoenix, you got to go look at that stream with the sister that came in. Oh my God. You think that when I talk about polygyny, this sister came in, and shout out to Dr. Moten. This is not personal, but you got to go listen to what she said about Black women and what she said about, well, basically she said you're supposed to let your husband just go hoe away, just be like sleeping around with super promiscuous, and just come back to you as long as he doesn't love the women. But then I was like, he's gonna fall in love with one of them eventually. And she's like, no, they're all whores. They're all whores. So I want you to go look at that. I don't know if you watched it. Yes, go look at it on the House of Consciousness. The reason I said that I sent to Phoenix is because I'm gonna do a recap of it, totally respectful. We're not going to attack her personally, but we will be talking about some of the personal things that she shared about her life experience and how she thinks about Black women. Basically, she's just regurgitating all the misogyny and the propaganda against Black women and their looks. Black women there's so much to unpack when it comes to the hair and the skin tone and the facial features and body features of Black women. Sarah Bartman, the exploitation of her body, Black women having to, when they were in slavery, wear head covers or shave their head as punishment. Black women using, guess what? They want to bash us, Ascenta Phoenix. Not all. I'm not talking about all Black men. I'm talking about the ones who bash us and talk about our hair and what we do with it. Do you know that we used to hide food in our hair as women? We used to hide food in our head wraps and our hair for our families, including the Black men.
and the black boys and the black children, we would hide seeds in our hair so we could secretly plant, so we could actually have things for survival. And isn't it interesting, the energy and the spirit that comes back, where black men are the number one people always bashing black women about what we do with our heads, faces, and our hair. It's like we used to even how do you say it, cornrow different like escape routes in our hair for people to see, because we often had access to different we had a lot of liberties that male slaves did not have. We got trusted much more because we nurtured their children. We literally breastfed their children and raised them. So we had a lot of access and liberties that other more, how do you say, like slaves that worked in the field or male slaves didn't have. So we would even hide things under our hair, in our head wrap, in our braids. We would cornrow escape routes in our hair. And this is factual. But black men, they cannot stop bashing black women about what we do with our hair. And when we look at also about hair loss, well, what you don't know, and this is education, I'm talking to everybody in general, not just one person and not just one gender. All women, Black, Asian, Hispanic, Caucasian, hair loss is very common in women because of estrogen situations, hormonal changes. I mean, even when women have babies, they lose a lot of hair. Then when women start approaching like their 40s and 50s and they're perimenopausal, there's a lot of hair loss. In like 40% of women that are perimenopausal experience significant, moderate, which when I say significant, I mean moderate, not mild, moderate, which is significant alopecia. The thing with Black women, because we're always being called bald and we're always be saying, oh, you won't let your hair grow. You so ugly. You hate yourself because you wear wigs. Let me say this. Black women, the alopecia, hear me ladies and gentlemen that care, that have Black women in your lives, daughters, sisters, friends, wives. I'm getting emotional a little bit because it's so crazy. The reason most Black women, because Black women have the most alopecia that is caused by hairstyles, not by who they are or not by genetics. If you just look at genetics, Asian women are the ones that have the highest, like genetically, hair loss. They're researching more female pattern baldness. They just mostly would do a lot of research on male pattern baldness, but female baldness, they're starting to see, okay, genetically, it's mostly Asians. And that's, people say, well, Asians have long, thick hair. Their hair shaft is thick. Like the actual strand, it's like super thick and strong. And yes, that their hair grows very long. And there's some other factors in, like, as far as how oily their scalp is. So their hair grows very long. But genetically, when they hit that perimenopausal, especially, or when they have children, when their hormones are imbalanced, basically, genetically, Asian women lose hair naturally. But Black women are the number one leaders of alopecia that is from hairstyles. And that makes me emotional because, think about it, because of all of the mental trauma and the stigma and the bashing, the centuries of it, Black women have struggled with just trying to do their hair certain ways. And of course, we have relaxers that have damaged. We have heat that is damaged, but not just that, like pulling them up in hair ponytails or doing cornrows. So the leading women, or the leading group of women that have hair loss is Black women.
but it's not a genetic thing. It is from hair damage. Now you could say, well, that's self-hate. It's not self-hate more than it is just trying to make herself fighting the world, basically, to make herself presentable. And no, I'm not talking about straightening only. I'm talking about even cornrows. Cornrows cause hair loss. Yeah. Box braids cause hair loss. You know that heavy hair that the women attach to the one little strand? Over time, and I know there's Black women out there that can vouch for this, over time, it literally pulls the hair out by the roots. So that's why a lot of sisters, when they get their box braids, or they're really pretty, like the so-called, they say they're called dookie braids, the big ones, the heavy hair pulls the actual natural hair out by where it's anchored. So, you know, you got brothers out here saying, oh, I like these natural styles. Ooh, get your cornrows, baby. You love yourself, don't you? She's tearing her hair out still. And we just have to learn how to do hairstyles without damaging our hair. Do protective hairstyles. Wear your wigs, wear your braids, but don't go to somebody. If you go to somebody, and I'm not trying, this isn't a prejudice thing, but we know the Africans braid super tight where you feel like you're gonna die. You have to take Tylenol. If you go to somebody and their hairline is all the way back to the top of their head, you know that they're going to braid your edges basically into non-existence. They're going to Thanos your entire edges away. And so just be more, I'm talking to sisters now, be more careful of taking care of your hair first before you think about how your style looks, and love yourself. Wear whatever you want. If you want to wear pink hair, if you want to wear blonde hair, if you want to wear a hair down to your ankles, a bust down, do it. But don't a 30, 40-inch bust down. But know this, make sure your natural hair is being nurtured. Make sure you're taking care of your scalp. Make sure you're growing your hair. That's what I do. I just started wearing wigs in 2020. And I couldn't believe, I was like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. I can wash my hair, I can braid it, I can take care of my scalp, and I don't have to straighten it. Sometimes I do straighten it, like if I want to just show my natural hair, like on a flex. But to be honest, anybody can lose hair, y'all. Anybody, it's hair. A lot of women have thick, long, flowing hair? Yes, and bless them. They're beautiful. They have been blessed. But it is hair. So we have to be more compassionate toward everyone who's dealing with hair loss. But going full circle back around to the Black woman, oh, she bald, she ugly, she wearing wigs. It's like, we're going to talk about that. So I said a lot. I haven't looked in the chat, but I went on my little rant and diatribe. I know this is a Cedric show about Leviathan. I just wanted to let the ladies know, and the gentlemen, we will be addressing what Dr. Moten said. She is a very lovely, physically lovely woman. I have a lot of compassion for her. I felt a lot of pain for her. I felt so much, not empathy, sympathy for her, because I could see that nobody in their right mind is going to say nobody's going to be Black and a woman and say Black women are the ugliest women ever. Like most Black women are whores. You're not going to do that unless you're dealing with something that some trauma. And again, I'm not trying to go too deep on what her trauma may be, but I'm just saying this isn't an attack on her. It's more sympathetic. She's a very intelligent woman. It just, some of the things she said, we can't just let go. Again, I'm a polygyny advocate. I'm an advocate for polygyny in marriage. Yeah, you can be a cheater if you're in a polygynous marriage. You can be a man who has made a decision with however many wives you want. You made a decision to be in that marriage with those women. You can't just be like, oh, and I'm also going to be creeping around with this other woman and I'm not going to tell my wives. You're a cheater. And when you hear other men say, oh, you can't speak for men, you can't speak for men, you a man can, I hear Hebrew men, a lot of men out there saying, you don't have to tell her. that you have an extra wife. Yeah, you do. There's 2 in the marriage. That's what scripture says. And if you're sneaking around, you're obviously afraid of your wife. So you're supposed to be man enough to be able to say, this is what I'm going to do. And then you give her the option, obviously, to say, oh, I'm not catching HIV or the herp derp. I'm not getting that. You know what I'm saying? So there's so much to go into. Let me look at the chat now. We're going to go over it. I just wanted to tell Cynthia Phoenix. Let me see what she said. She says, yeah, why do they make people feel the need to justify with what they do with their own hair? I don't get it. It's just so much. Oh my gosh, there's so much on us. No pun intended. Like, Black women, you're ugly. The sister was saying Black women are ugly because they wear wigs. Now, I'm going to tell you, there's people out there wearing a lot of stuff that looks crazy. Okay. There's people out there wearing their natural hair looking a hot mess, from my opinion. But I'm not going to obviously say when a person wears their natural hair, they don't look good. But she's saying all women that wear wigs or any hair that's not theirs growing out of their head, they are ugly, which we know that's not true. Like, that's crazy. But yeah, we'll talk more about it. I do want to do like an official women's panel. I wish you would join sometime, Ascenta Phoenix. Yes, it's supposed to be upfront and open, not based on deception. Yes, you're talking about polygyny. Exactly. Let's see. I'm going to close out. Let's see what this person says. People have a problem with accepting supernatural things in the Bible. We got to see how far they take this. We will vet. Israelite Unite said he's going to go over that. Or she, I think it's a brother though. All right. I didn't want to get into it, my brother Yara, tonight. Damn. You know what it is? He's like an older Aries, so they are very combustible when they're around air signs. And I'm a Gemini, so like even with my own husband, Sonetter, he's an Aries as well, an older Aries. So that's why sometimes when you have both of us on the panel, yeah, Sonetter is not even anywhere remotely disrespectful like Yara. Let me say that. Yara can't help it. He was raised by talk about the Anunnaki. He was raised by Sasquatch. Yara was raised in the goddamn in Northern California in the Bohemian Grove by different what's it called, Sasquatch, Bigfoot creatures. So he can't help it that he acts like that. We just got to let him go, you know, like Remus and Romulus raised by the she wolf. He's like just wild. I got to do this because every time he's so damn sexist, right? Ascenta Phoenix? That's why you a woman. He acts like he's telling me like that I'm like the worst thing ever. You're a woman. The whole world shakes. See, Vic, that's what they get. See, when women get up and they spew this toxic, vile, vomitory, and I guess that's not really a word, but it is a word I'm using, vomitory rhetoric about women. They're spewing this rhetoric about women just for vapid reasons, just empty reasons that, you know, shallow, oh, my husband's gonna love me. If you think your husband, if you say your husband can't stop going out and sleeping and doing sexual acts with strange women that you say are strange and you call them whores, you're grasping at straws trying to say Black women are ugly when they wear weave and Black women are the worst. They're big mouths and they this and that. Maybe we should look at how people have been attacking Black women for decades. Maybe we should see all of these vile women that you talk about, which I know there are a lot of them out there. Maybe we should stand apart from them and say, yeah, it has nothing to do with how their hair looks. It has nothing to do with what their makeup, how much makeup they wear. It has to do with how they respect themselves and how they respect the people around them. I don't know. It sounds like I don't want to sound like I'm rambling. I'll end it here. Just a Sent to Phoenix, get ready. I'm gonna do this recap of this sister's. Go watch it. It's on the House of Consciousness. Dr. Moten, again, physically lovely woman, not particularly she's not a nasty woman. She's just got a lot of she has a lot of toxicity against women. When Sonnetter told me about her initially, I was excited to hear a younger sister come in because he was telling me, oh, she reminds me of Shahrazad Ali. She reminds me of Shahrazad Ali. There's no way at all that she is anything like Shahrazad Ali, besides the fact that she's admonishing women, but she's admonishing women in a disparaging way with a lot of things that Shahrazad would never teach. Shahrazad would never say, let your husband just go sleep around with a bunch of women. Shahrazad would never say all Black women are the ugliest women on earth. No, I am Dr. Shahrazad Ali. She is one of my heroes. And she is, of course, 10 times better woman than I am. And I just love her. I think she's amazing. She's grounded. She's wise. She's a pillar in the community, and she's a beacon of light. So, no, this sister should really sit down and maybe run over some points with Shahrazad Ali. Maybe Shahrazad Ali could sit with her and help her, fine tune what she's teaching, because it just reminded me of Princella, but the opposite side. Princella, remember the so-called queen maker, when she was teaching all this hatred. You know what I do notice, a Sent to Phoenix, though? And this isn't anything against women who are doing same-sex love. This isn't against you. I repeat, I'm not being against any woman who's doing same-sex love. But I want to say what I do notice, though. Princella, when she was extreme, saying men cannot love, it's impossible. And then this Dr. Moten, who says Black women are the ugliest women. All Black women who wear weaves are whores. Black women are fat and unattractive. Black women are this, Black women are that. Both of them who teach extreme hatred toward a specific gender, they both are bisexual, meaning they both enjoy to have sexual intercourse with women and with men. So that's something that's interesting to me. I don't know if there's anything linked to that psychologically. Maybe I'll look into it. Maybe, I'm just going to throw this out here, maybe they are taking on or mimicking the role of men that they actually desire, and doing so, they take on the rhetoric of these men. Hear me out. I think I'm cooking right here. They take on the rhetoric of these men toward the women who they actually also are attracted to. I'm talking about these women. Because think about it, the men who teach all this stuff against women that they are actually attracted to, like the Black woman, the men who sit on the internet and go on and on and on and on and on about Black women, they really love the Black women and they really wish they could be with them. But for some reason, they have this animosity toward them, right? Perhaps these women are also doing that. Because when I say women, I'm talking about Dr. Moten, because Dr. Moten was like, yeah, I will join in the sexual activity if I like the woman. So she said she's bisexual, but she says these terrible things about the women that her husband sleeps with. So you just kind of like showed us, you contradicted yourself. You said they're whores, you say they're repulsive, you said they're the worst women and they're ugliest, but then you also say that sometimes when your husband gets together with these same women that you talk about, you are at times attracted to them and you even join in sexual activity with them. So there's a lot there. Whew. All right. This is still Cedric's show. I'm just doing my last minute commentary. You could, when you listen to the playback, you can always turn it off. So let me read this last comment from a Sent to Phoenix. Yes, I remember Princella saying that. She had a debate against Charleston White and got lit up. That's an interesting parallel. Yes, thank you. So everybody, thank you for being here. Let me see what this brother says. Rakib El Shamsa'ata Arif Mahdi. Thanks confirming. Hey, I'm Aries, fullest degree. Yeah. Oof. Aries. Aries are scaries. Got it? The Aries are scaries. Okay. It's a little bit delay. Anyway, peace, everybody. This is Dr. Moten. Let me show you her. She's lovely, beautiful woman. Nothing personal. I want everything good for her. But this book and this rhetoric, baby, we gotta help her. We gotta help her as a village. We have to get around all of our sisters and just be like, and some of them, they don't receive that well. They say, "Oh, Nepal, who you think you are?" Well, hey, I would love to have a bunch of women get huddle around me. I remember when I was little, I think I was like 6, and my mom was crying about something, and I'll never forget that the way I just marveled and loved to see like 5 of my aunts. It was really my mom's 2 cousins, and then no, it was 3 of it was my mom's 2 cousins, and then my 2 of my aunts, my mom's sisters. So it was 4 of them, all 5 women. Just the visual of seeing them all surrounding her while she was sitting in the chair and they were all standing over her, like consoling her and saying, go get your mommy a tissue, go get your mommy a glass of water. And I just love that, how women can just, huddle around each other, or one of them or 2 of them, and support each other. But I don't really see that often, but I know it's out there. I've seen it. There are a lot of sisters that do that for me. Shout out to Benita Sutton. Shout out to Lady Kier. Shout out to Sakina Ra. I'm naming the people that you know online. There are people offline, but these are the ones that let's shout out to Mrs. Graham. Gemini the Goddess. Shout out to Sister Freedom. Who else does that for me? Damn, I hate to forget. Shout out to my sister Melanin. And those are people who really have come around and been like, "Are you okay?" Damn, I know I'm forgetting somebody. I hate that. If I forgot you, I love you. Please don't be mad. Who else? God, there's so many. Oh, Sister Wise. Gosh, I'm glad I didn't forget her. Sister Wise. Um, yeah, anyway, I'm rambling now. It's late. Let me play the song. I'm going to play my song. Believe it or not, speaking of the sisters, I love this song, even though Sonnetter's got it saying we got to wake the sisters up out of the Bible. No, what we got to do is we got to get our brothers out of the coma if we're talking about the Bible, because they are trying to say that we don't know what we're talking about when we read something and it's right there. But at the end of the day, it's all good. I hope the Zion is okay and doesn't take it personally. I hope that Yara doesn't take it personally, because once I end this stream, I'm not even going to think about this anymore. It's all love and peace. When I'm beating somebody up about the scriptures or whatever the topic is, it's just about that. It's not about the person. So that's why I said, Yara, stop. Stop it with your short chain. He just reminds me of like a freaking angry, mean pit bull, or like a big ass bull mastiff, or like a Rottweiler at like in the behind the chain link fence when you're just trying to walk home past the Sanford and Sons junkyard, or Sanford and Sons scrap metal place. You need a door, you need a fender. It's like rah, 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 rah. It's like, okay, all right. Anyway, it's all love. Let me find this song that Sonnetter has. Where is it at? I want to play it. Peace to everybody. Once I play this, I'm gonna have to see y'all. I gotta try a couple of them. Let me hear. Nope, it's not that one. I can't tell. Oh, found it. Peace and love to the sisters and to the brothers. Peace to the HOK, the darkest minds of the light. And yeah, we'll see you later. Thank you for staying up with us this late.
Yeah. That is for my sisters trapped in religion. Wake up and free the babies. So let us speak the truth, he's on a mission. Yeah. The house of consciousness, the final call. Will you Bible compass wake up, all just fall. The house of consciousness, the final call. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. I use the Bible like a lantern in the night, trying to wake up my sister. True light, the house is closing in, it's a total mess. You ignore my wisdom, the ultimate test. Step inside the HOK, it's the toughest terrain, where the truth hits hard, the cuts bring pain. I try to wake you with the word in my hand, to get you to the truth, to help you understand. I gave you the scriptures, chapters and verse. I gave you the keys to break the curse. I gave you Torah to unlock with keys. Break the mental chains and be free. Final call. Yeah, will your Bible compass wake up, all just fall. The house of consciousness, the final call. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. They call you apostle like you a prophet of God, telling lies and fooling people can't be that hard. You're preaching from your tube, looking for a handout. I'm standing on family, trying to bring the truth out. Welcome to the HOK, where the truth resides. No more hiding in the pews where the dies. We speak against the Bible just to wake the inner sight. Come inside the HOK doors, we bring the light. The house of consciousness, the final call. Will your Bible compass wake up, all just fall. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. Sonetta, don't stop, wake the sisters up. Don't stop, wake the sister up. Don't stop.